it's been a while. It always is. You know, like, I can't say it's any surprise that I'm not streaming as frequently. I have so many, like, feelings and thoughts that are repressed that I feel only alienate me further from everybody else than I already feel, given that my stream is effectively dead and has never really lived. And I get reminded on a daily basis. Like, did you hear there's some uproar about Cygames introducing AI? Not necessarily in any particular of their games, but just announcing a project that they're working with AI and so on and so forth. And it's not, you know, not really naturally, but unsurprisingly getting some backlash. And there are also various content creators, not all against what Cygames is currently announcing, at least at this moment in time. We can't predict the future. Only Cygames may have an idea what they intend to do going forward. As to how good or bad it is and how much of a knee-jerk reaction it might or might not be to cause an uproar as a segment of its fan base is doing. And we're always reminded of feel sorry and feel compassionate for the artists out there who may lose their job, or even other data entry. AI is probably pretty good at that. And other workers that may lose their job over the takeover of AI. And then I think about my situation, and I think about Dank's situation. I don't speak on his behalf, but I still feel about his situation. And I think about Pavel's situation. I hope you're doing well, Pavel. If you ever watch this, I still miss you. I wish you'd come back streaming. I don't know if it would be wise for me to try talking again, simply because you seem to be living your own life, and I hope it's going well with the programming and all that. And I think of House Pekonen. You know, Greg dropped in the other day when I was doing my Neon White stream. I know him because of House Pekonen, who is a small streamer like myself, but he stopped streaming. I think about a whole bunch of other streamers that may have either not had as much closer bond with, either past or present. And I remember how all those statistics that people with more than 10 viewers are like 1%, maybe even less. And what is the other 99%? And I wonder how many of these 99% streamers are trying their best and have been trying for years, let alone months. And then I get, you know, look at that and I compare it to, oh, we lucky few that this world's all about us. Please feel sorry for us, as we may, but we haven't yet, lost our jobs. You know, the ones that this 99% bloody tried everything to have and deserve, with their hard work and their talent and interest and interactions and all that. I mean, even Kane is a small streamer, albeit he has a huge followership comparison. By comparison, he only gets like around about 10 views in any one of the streams. Although he does have his own job and kind of like streaming as a side gig and all that stuff. I mean, you give whatever excuse you like. At the end of the day, he's also more entertaining than his views suggest. Although he does have connections with people who are successful, who are the lucky few. And I cannot help but feel incredibly bitter. You know, sue me, handcuff me, here are my hands, send me to jail. For how disgusted and how sickened I am of hearing this fucking loud vocal minority, which, you know, they're a powerful one, so they have a lot of echoes. All sorts of fan bases and shit who sort of swarm these lucky few. Going, oh, feel sorry for us, we're losing our job. Motherfucker, you never gave a shit for any of the people I just mentioned. You never supported them or their like. That's why they're in the doldrums that they've been in. And while they may not be so vocal, and while they may even think it's fair for them to have been castigated like they have been, I believe Dank definitely has a different viewpoint than I do. I think it's really disgusting that I'm expected to give a fucking lick of, consolation or care about these fuckers who have way too much on their plate. Worried about their fucking, bankroll coming in on the regular. Because, oh no, their jobs might be in jeopardy. When we've been working our fucking ass off for years. Maybe not so much for me the last year, because I'm just so fucking sick of it all. But still, it is technically my 9th year streaming. On and off, or whatever you have. I have videos to prove what I've done. I have YouTube collections. I had to move it from Twitch of what I've done, the amount of games I've played through, the amount of hours I spent streaming. To then be expected to give a damn about the people who never gave a fuck for us. That we weren't allowed to be raided by, and supported by, and even just exposure, because frankly when you are in our situation, exposure is lifeblood. Since we don't get anybody in our streams and nobody gives a fuck. They only give a fuck for those who are told to, the circles and the cool kids circles and their fucking streaming gigs that they, share between themselves. And you're told to like those because if you like one, then they're telling you to like the others. But like, if you're outside of that, there's no way you can get in. So, hey, I also have been working my fucking ass off for years. Hey, would you mind if I join? That doesn't really work, is it? It's not really socially acceptable to just pop into a stream and go, hey, I could play along with you. Some leave it open. I value those who do. Copperbutt is a really nice streamer who, while she doesn't stream games I care about, will want to buy and spend money on, strapped for cash as is. And I don't make any onto it, so I'm not going to buy the games that she plays, but she does often say, hey, any viewers, if you're interested in jumping along, please feel free to do so. That's really nice. I appreciate that. She doesn't get very many views. She may get more than some of the other people I've mentioned, but that doesn't mean she gets that much. She gets like 30 maybe. 30, 40, and sometimes maybe more if she gets raided, whatever. And we're all supposed to give a fuck about these bloody high and mighty fuckers who just want to make a song and a dance on social media and otherwise. About how AI is taking over and all this shit. It makes me very sickened to my core that you can have the bloody audacity to tell me to give a shit about your life when you never gave a damn about any of ours. It's rife with hypocrisy as far as I'm concerned. And I know this sort of opinion is not exactly welcomed in social circles. I know, how dare I suggest such things? These people have worked hard. You think we haven't? See, that's another thing. It's like that whole shit of, oh, the people who are fortunate, they worked hard. Even if they have, it's so denigrating and so, again, two-faced. To be like, okay, well, sure. Like I say, hard work should be rewarded. But everyone is comfortable with the rest of us and our hard work not being rewarded. Why is nobody giving a shit, really, for those who need it, that their hard work gets rewarded, but wants to fly the flag immediately and say, hey, don't attack the precious few because they earned it. They did the hard work. Like, when you say that, when you say these people who partnered, who have hundreds of viewers, whatever, who earned it, it's like suggesting that their work matters, their time matters, their embodiment as a human being matters. But the rest of us, who did just as much hard work, maybe even longer, because some of these people were only 1 or 2 years maybe, and they just struck lucky or whatever the fuck. None of these matter. Because if that's the basis that you wish to defend that rubbish, why aren't you able to recognize and appreciate and acknowledge and want to support all the other ones that didn't? To me, if you are one that says hard work, the ones that are successful earned it with hard work, then you are admitting that you acknowledge that hard work is something that should be recognized and rewarded, because that's what they did. So then it's not okay to, with equal footing, go, well, fuck the rest of you. You know, like, you didn't make it, screw you. Who cares? That's, to me, smacks of hypocrisy, because what we do, stream for years, make videos for years, hard work. Where do we get? Fuck all. So that's what you get for hard work after years. It's fuck all. So why should they have anything? They don't give a fuck for us. They don't try to raid a small streamer maybe once in a blue moon, some more than others. But there's quite a lot that don't give a damn. They're like, it's fine on my end. So, once again, with all this Cygames latest, whatever, I don't mind what they do. I honestly want more of the precious fucking few who got lucky to really take a huge hit. Enough so that they can look in the mirror and understand, and not only understand, but absolutely 100% agree and feel incredibly guilty and remorseful of how prejudicial their views of their own success compared to everybody else that weren't allowed that success, who worked just as much, if not more, and how they're going, oh, me, and not understanding that, buddy, it was already hugely unequal. It was already hugely unjust. There were many that were already been suffering and not getting their fair share, and you didn't fucking give a shit. To me, it's very similar, although maybe brought about slightly differently, because AI is rather a new thing that's threatening the situation. It's not one that brought about the inequality that we've seen up to now, really. But it might cause change in the future. To the whole old saying of, and then they came, first they went for the blacks, but nobody cared because they weren't black. And then they came for the Jews and nobody cared because they weren't Jew. And then they came for that. And then they came for me. But there was no one left to care for me. It's very similar. It's like, shut the fuck up. You are so bloody entitled. You want to give and clamor with your, musical instruments and parade, going, hey, bang, 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 bang. Be upset. We might lose our jobs. You never gave a fuck about the people who never got to have a job, who worked their bloody ass off. You never gave a shit, but now you want us, who you didn't give a damn about? The 99% is a large percentage of the people who are likely to give a damn. To give a fuck about the 1% who might lose their job? Shut the fuck up! Why did we have this 1%, 99% disparity in the first place? Because you didn't give a damn about us never having any success. No matter how much work we put in, that never mattered. But now, because you're threatened, you're feeling threatened, just like, and then they came for us, well, we're not fucking should be around to, why should we be around to then, follow after you? Who the fuck are you? Why do you get to have all the fun and success, but the other ones who work bloody hard, forget them, they're not worth it. So, when I feel that passionately, I'm directly involved in it as someone who never got to see the success. Plenty of other people who work half as hard for half as long as I have. Feel that way. It's very difficult to know that that's not a view that is prevalent among the society. No, the society actually does generally seem to have a whole bunch of dimwits who are my favorite streamer, and then everybody else is second class. If that. And so I'm just so alienated from society. I want to fit in. I want to be popular. I want to be able to make content that's appreciated and valued. But I'm asking it to be valued by the people that hold those sort of fucking views. Who think it's fine that I get shat on and Dan gets shat on and Conan gets shat on to the point where he stops streaming and Pavel gets shat on to the point that he stops streaming and all these other people. It's fine that they never were allowed to have success. You know, able to live off of streaming. Success. But we should give a damn about these fucking few. Like, it makes me so sick. And to know, double whammy, that feeling sick about that is also denigrated. Like, ooh, how dare you feel sick that, you know, this huge fucking injustice is slightly being brought to light by them finally being affected. And you would rather worry about what has gone before than what is happening now. Which was never resolved, of course. Like... maybe an unpopular opinion, but I really don't see it any other way. It's disgusting. Do not expect me, and really nobody who's in the 99% should be lifting a fucking finger for this whiny bitch-ass, me, silver spoon-fed fucking life, precious chosen one, 1%. Nobody. Let them fall. The sooner the better. Maybe then they'll fucking have a moment of reflection and appreciate just how bloody lucky they were to have any at all in the first place. They're not hundreds of times better than the rest of us. To own hundreds of times more viewership. If not thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Depending on whether you look at YouTube videos or the like. They're not. My Civ videos are just as good as anyone else's. Able to show and demonstrate how to win at the highest level in various win cons. More than arguably a lot of people who play the game and get hundreds of views. But nobody gave a damn. Like, I'm sorry, but it is so disgusting to me that anyone outside the disgusting, greedy-ass 1% themselves, who are already insufferable in my life, could possibly give a damn for them. Stop giving a damn for them and start giving a damn for everybody else. They bloody deserve it. They earn it more, and they don't get it. And the injustice is permeated and perpetrated for way too long already. This nonsensical notion that AI might rip people's jobs when the society's already prevented thousands of people who deserve to have a living from having a job in the first place. Like, it somehow only now should we care about how much work someone does and how they're rewarded for it, rather than all the time that's spent gone where that wasn't happening. It's just, it makes me sick. So I know my views aren't necessarily shared by others. I know that's the case. Otherwise, the fucking situation wouldn't be in the place it is in the first place, because ultimately it's down to the public to choose who they wish to support and how many. So of course it's not going to be reciprocated and sympathized. But all of that is an example. It's one aspect of many. Where can you imagine just how alienated I feel? How difficult it is for me to interact with society and the world and people when I feel just so different to them. I feel like my values and my perspective is so alien and so different to theirs, and vice versa, that there's no way I can fucking connect. Even though that's what I want. So it's just one big misery, tragedy, as it has been. Because it's just worlds apart, ship sailing for the night. Like, And there's no way I'll ever be able to see eye to eye with these people. And then expect that they would come around and actually want to support. Not just me, but anyone in my position. Yes, me included, of course. But it's not about me. It's about just the sheer prejudice and disposition the society already find themselves in, and then the hypocrisy to raise the alarm about something that has been considered completely normal for so long. That so many people don't get to have a living when they bloody deserve it. Because that's not new. Which is ultimately at the core of the whole AI problem is, oh no, some people, precious fuckers living a bloody fancy ass life, don't get to live that life no more because AI will steal it from them. It's just, it's so like, fuck off. You are insufferable. It's unreal how hypocritically prejudiced and how little you think of the rest of us. It sickens me. It's disgusting. Stop putting it in my face. Stop bitching and moaning about this shit when you never gave a damn for us for fucking forever. Shut the fuck up and sit down. You know? Anyway. Just wanted to share some of my thoughts. How maybe streaming has not been that easy for me to do. Because what a surprise, huh? Anyway, irrespective of that, we need to keep training our team. 19,000 more points, which is good. It's definitely helpful. And we apparently have access to the best thing, the best cloth. It was a rainbow-shaped cloth, if I remember. Maybe I go straight to armor, because I'm not finding the rest. Yeah, you make the griffin play. I don't know about the snowflake crystal. I can make the griffin play. Alright. Let's try and make this. We have plenty of these at least, which is nice. Even though they're all S rank, and I don't really want to be wasting S rank items on stuff. Related entries? What is that? Raises physical resistance by 8%. Raises physical resistance by 15%. Physical item power. By 15%. 20 HP is nothing. Inverted scales, which you don't have any on. Stop time. Uses target speed by 20%. Boosts user speed. AP consume. Well, so the effects move across. And from here to this one, we no longer get to see. Is this because it's a difference between ones that are on the item that can be transferred and ones that can't? Seems to be the case. I don't have very many dragon eggs, so I don't know if I really want to be... Well, I have a little bit here. Actually, I have plenty of dragon eggs. Okay. Deals an additional 20 power physical damage when attacking. Again, that seems relatively meaningless. So I don't know if I care for that. 30% pump performing market action does seem pretty nice. Not entirely sure if I can get more of this beast lever ends. But I like the idea of it. Swelling power increases defense. All stats of equipment by 12%. Seems rather insane. What? Sticky. Ugh. Magic and balls. Parameters. All stats of equipment by 10%. I mean, I like that a lot. I don't think it's as good as parameters. Can I get something else as parameters that's not blue star? Compress count. Beastly power. I want parameters. What is this? I want to get parameters in something that isn't blue, preferably. I don't know if that's possible. And there's a fucking lot of things to go through. Finally, we're out of the blues. Efficient link again? Weird. Why does this give me this as opposed to the proficient link? What? Oh, because it's over there. I always get confused between the one on the left and the one in the middle. It doesn't make any sense to me. Should I only look at the one in the middle because the other one doesn't actually work off? I should probably look to try and put like the rare thing. Rare item. Got item! On like the... What's it called? The neutralizers that I've already been selling. Of course, it's a little late for all of that, but you know. Just to make the amount that I get even more different between, you know, what's it called? Income over expenditure? I forget what it's called. Profit, I guess. Profit margin. Because yeah, I did do some business studies. I didn't do that much. I didn't stay there for very long, but I definitely did some business studies when I was in uni for a little bit. I dropped out, but it really wasn't for me. I didn't like the place. I didn't like the people. It wasn't a nice campus university. Kind of had a campus, but it really wasn't. Unfortunately, you know that Tosin Jordan story. If you ever, I do read and watch the stories of all the Umas, partly because of the income of carrots that you can get, but also partly because I think the story is really cool for the most part. Not all of them. I think this Christmas one is more as well. I don't really care for it, but a lot of them are good. And I found myself really relating to Tosin Jordan quite a lot. More than most of the character stories. I really, really related to her. And it's because when I was really young, in like all the way up to age 10, kindergarten, I don't know if they include, I guess primary, first 2 years of primary. I had friendships, I was doing really well at school, I was popular, things were going really well. It looked like I had social etiquette, interactions, everything was great. Then I got displaced for the second time because I had lived in Alabama with my parents for 2 years when I was between the ages 3 and 5, but I was too young to really have an effect on me. But then I lived in California for another 2 between ages 10 and 12. And I lost contact with my fellow English students. And we didn't really speak to each other and all the rest of it. And when I got back, I remembered that I had friendships with some people. But it didn't seem like any of them wanted to be in friend with me anymore. And I started feeling miserable, disappointed, lonely. And along with it went any real motivation I had to do well at school. I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy that these people I thought were my friends didn't want to be around me anymore because I had left for 2 years. I wasn't happy that I couldn't just get back to where I was. People looked at me differently. And then, of course, it was a downward spiral because even though I didn't really recognize it at the time, perhaps, even though this is still just a hypothesis, looking back, it seems like a bunch of the reason why I was in popularity with other students and other there were kids in that, it's because perhaps they were getting from their parents like a respect for me. Like if the parents were all kind of like looking at what kids are good and strong and capable and, you know, studies doing well and so on, and then going, oh yeah, you should be friends with that guy. I don't know if that's actually what happened, but it feels like it did, compared to how things changed in line with how I was doing. Or maybe it's simply that all the other students at a very young age gave a shit. Wouldn't really expect that given how young we were, but I mean, you know, I don't know. And so anyway, from then on, I did not do well at school. Not socially nor academically. More and more of my mental health issues were brought to light, and I just felt so demoralized and devoid of any desire to work hard that I didn't enjoy doing and any of that sort of stuff. And it just felt like I got displaced and my life is a mess and I have to put up with being alone from now on. And, you know, it's the same case to this day. And if Tosin Jordan's course, as it were, of her life, whatever it is, story, was to carry down the trend that you get to see about her in like the first few chapters of her story. I don't have the character, so I don't know what happens, but presumably things end bright and rosy. It is a fable after all. If you imagine that instead it continued to down spiral into worse and worse and worse after a really cool start when she was friends and had friends and all of that, that is very much how my life has gone. Sad to say. But yeah. That's very much how my life has gone. Why is that faded out? Why is that faded out? Can I remove? Yeah, I don't think this actually works. These are grayed out as opposed to blackened, so they don't work. So look how the enhanced body is in black, but also I'm not pressing the options button when I pressed it. The enhanced body text is written in black while the other two are written in grey, and it very much makes you think like the ones that are written in grey aren't actually going to work. Why the hell is it written in grey? I mean, I could load the previous save if I don't get what I want here. are the others? Holy eternal fires. I was looking in terms of eternal fire. Sorry, in terms of the others, and then I started looking in terms of eternal fire. I mean, if I go. What's it called again? I can't even remember what it's called. So many of these I don't know what the hell they're called. Oh, not called, but I don't know what they do. Their names are right there, but I don't know. I don't know what they do. I can guess on quite a few of them, of course, because it's somewhat self-explanatory, but there are others that are just like, what? I probably passed it because I don't actually remember them. Grant Revival. This one says Grant Revival, but it's red. This one says Grant Revival, but it's... So I want this to work, but it's in grey, man. Well, these are all in red right now. Is that because they're the ones that actually are in black? That, you know... sort of thing, like these are the ones that would work. And everything does not. That is indeed what we're saying, isn't it? Well, I don't know what color I want it to be. I just want it to start in blue. I just like, yeah, reset. Because I can't have anything that isn't red here. Weird how this is about items. I guess because this can be used as a synthesis item. I guess. Yeah, the parameters is really nice. How many parameter stuff do I have? Where are the parameters on here? But it does say the parameters works. So I'm gonna want to use it. Since I can't use the revival. The revival seems really cool. Parameters 10% one found. Which is this. But that's still pretty fucking cool. Excuse me. What is super enhanced body? No. Can I have information? What the fuck? See, it only talks to me about parameters. But when I put this on, it then changes it to super enhanced body. What the fuck is going on here? But now it's 103. That's not very much. But I'd love to know what the super enhanced body is, but I can't even look at it. Those look like that's a really good item. But what the fuck is super enhanced body? There's so many to go through, man. Am I gonna even see it? I think I'm gonna see it. Yeah, I think so. Can I at least... I try equipping it on somebody. This is worse than this. I have to restart. I should just copy this. Yeah, this is just better than this. And this one apparently I already have, because I got it from some chest or something. I wish you would... Increases all stats of equipment by 15%. That's what that was going to do. The parameters 10% plus the revival. You just don't get the revival thing now. Although, what was the other one actually? It wasn't the revival. What was it? I'm so confused.
さーて、何を作ろう。これは外せないよね。
12% by plus 3, 10% on that. Reload. Reload, reload, reload.
さーて
And we just
調
copy the
合し
fucking
ちゃおっか
thing.
な。
Everybody can wear this. This is one of those. But our health goes down and our speed goes down. And our attack and our defense don't exactly go up by very much. And this was supposedly better than the other one. So unfortunately, it does seem like none of this is worth it. None of this is worth it.
さーて何を作ろう。
I mean, I may as well make one to fill it in the recipe tree.
これは外せないよね。
Do I want anything? Do I need to sell it in the shop at all?
どこに行こうかな。
Because I want to be strong enough to deal with this fucking ass boss.
こんにちは。お店は順調ですよ。さてさて、お店はうまくいってるかな。
Magician's flute. I think I heard about that. And the vice cream. Should be able to do that now. Maybe even the spirit belt, to be honest.
さて何を並べようかな。
You
売れます
definitely
よう
want
に
to sell one of
何
these.
を並べようかな。 何を並べようかな。
Spirit belt and what the fuck? I can't even remember really. What do you sell in iridescent?
何を並べようかな。
Probably. Where is that spirit belt? Do we know how? I wish there was a place that was easy to kind of like look up between, okay, did you make this or not? Do you have this or not? So when I go look here, I'm not like just looking for a needle haystack that doesn't even exist. Because I don't know if I made it or not. I'm presuming. But I have no idea. Whatever. I can just sell more, right? Go here. So that's two things. The iridescence isn't necessary. Vice cream. I should be able to do. What does the vice cream look like? Do I have it? I don't even. This is clearly very awkward. and so I would argue not particularly well done. Maybe I'm just incompetent, but if you would, spare me the benefit of the doubt that I'm not incompetent, this is really poorly done. We'll take the C and not give a shit about it. Leave the A to, repeat it and copy. And to be honest with you, I kind of want to put it there. Because if I put it there, then I can just connect a couple of, I skipped it. I can't find it again because I decided to. I can put a couple of red, blue, blue, red, interchanging, neutralize. Anything else? This will still help. There aren't very many. I don't think we have this. I'm not sure if we can get this. I believe I did see this and then I went reneged simply because it was my only I only had one of the ingredients. And I was like really not comfortable selling my last one of that ingredient. I don't think we have this. Doesn't seem like we have that. So we're just gonna fill this up with more trash. Hopefully this will open some nice ingredients that will help get the rest done and clear out some recipe trees. With the unlocks that we get from what is being advertised. These cutscenes are so ridiculous. Oh my god, we got to see the area again. Baltar Ironworks has had new products. I thought there was more than one that I was doing for that. Have you reduced at all because I did this, by the way? Are there new things? Yeah, it does seem like the armor is as good as we can get it, which is obnoxious. No. Nothing new. Also says something new on this side. Can't jump over that fence.
こんにちは。新しい商品が入ったよ。これでいいかい？
Maybe we haven't got very much of it.
ありがとうね。
I don't know if that really helps because we do have some of it already.
また来てね。
But yeah, we might as well check the other places, even if
こん
they
に
may
ち
not
は
have anything.
どれにするんだい
It doesn't look like they have anything.
また来てね
こんにちは。今日はどれを買っていく？
少しならおまけするから準備は万端にな。何も買っていかなくてもいいから。
But yeah, I don't know if I want to be grinding. I guess I have to make my life easier again. As you can see, I'm really sick of the game.
こんにちは。どれにいたしますか？
I'm really sick of it.
またお越しください。
どこへ行くんだ？
Ay, ay. All sorts of bosses. What was the button for this? Ah, this pad. Well, going over there to deal with those bosses would not be a bad idea. For some experience gain as well would not be too
さ
bad.
ーて何を作ろう。
I keep pressing the thing now. Get something. Yeah, hateful.
ここはこれでっと。こうすればいいんじゃない？
Meteor.
今は使い時じゃ
This
ない
one
か
is
も。
meatier than you. Where is Water Beast? Oh, I skipped it. Nothing seems to be flashing. Pretty damn sure I have a Water Beast fossil. Maybe I'm wrong. How big is this goddamn list? I wish I could sort it in a way whereby I could just, you know, have at one side of the list all the things that can level it up or not. Oh my lord. Is that because Water Beast Fossil isn't actually one of those? Can I have information on this? It is that. Do I have any? It is supposed to be part of this. Maybe once I fill these in, it'll be easier.
いいんじゃない？これにしようかな。
Let's see.
うまくいってる。
What?
いい反応だね。
Why is all this flashing? That doesn't help. Surely I have a Water Beast fossil, right? Or maybe I can sort order items. Yes. I should have been doing that a long time
いいんじゃない？
Magician's flute. Suck on my magician's flute. Do magic damage to enemies. Power increases with more targets. This is definitely something I need to be making. Ah! I do need to make this.
ひらめいちゃった。
Destruction at plus plus. What is this? What is this?
これにしようかな。
Whoa.
いいんじゃない？
That's kind of insane. You're not kidding.
こうすればいいんじゃない？よし、想像忘れないようにメモしておかなくちゃ。どれにしようかな。どれを増やすんだ？増やしたいものを選んでくれよ。これでいいかい？
Fuck.
よっしゃ。
We'll check for.
じゃあ始めるぜ。
Run out of money again.
うん、行こう。さて、何を並べようかな。売れますように。何を並べようかな。売れますように。何を並べようかな。
Yay. I mean, I wanted new stuff, and then we didn't really get new stuff.
売れますように。何を並べようかな。
This is so boring! I wish, you know, you could, like, template one of these items and go, I want this item, and then I want it to be in this spot, this spot, this spot, and this spot, and then
何を並べようかな。
4, 5, or whatever it is. In this case, 4. Instead of, let me go cycle through it every single time and waste time for no
売れます
reason.
ように。何を並べようかな。
Because that is so fun. Sorry. So fun. Yes. So fun.
売れますように。何を
No,
並べ
it
よう
did
かな。
not happen.
売れますように。何を並べようかな。売れますように。何を並べようかな。売れますように。何を並べようかな。
So how has your Tuesday been?
売れますように。何を並べようかな。
Mine has been semi-productive. I got food, of course, because it's Tuesday.
売れますように。
I wash dishes.
こんにちは。お店は順調ですよ。
I got a really cool Manakane fuck you guitar for 14k.
売り上げが出てますよ。
My highest fuck you guitar ever made.
こんな感じ。妖精さんと仲良くなれてきたかも。
Not quite S rank, but very close.
街がもっと活気づいてきたみたい。
Look at the star, let's go. What is the point in that? Offline crafts.
すっかり街も
Like
元
that
通り
fucking
になった
cutscene doesn't do anything. It's just dumb. Oh, something like that. Press. So yeah, semi-productive.
こんにちは。新しい品物が入ったよ。また来てね。
That's not what I wanted. Dumb. This whole game is dumb.
こんにちは。新しい品物が入りましたよ。
Nothing new. No. Fuck.
また来てくださいね。
How am I expected to do these final few things? Like the Sternavigular or whatever the hell it's called. When I don't get anything when I go to these shops.
お店は順調ですよ。さて、
Sternovia,
お店はうまくいって
the
るか
least
な？
this sort of stuff, and all the other stuff that I haven't been able to uncover. And where the fuck are they? So this is the fun of not looking stuff up. It's so much fun.
どこに行こうかな？
I'll do it myself by never doing it because it's impossible for me to find it. Oh my god, it's so much fun. Because you know how people can be. Like, oh. Don't tell me
さ
I'll
て、
find it on
何を
my
作
own
ろう？
by never finding it. I'm just sick. Like all these fucking like hidden things. Like, what is going on with this shit? How am I not able to find any of this stuff? Why is this hidden? I even know what this is. I even have copies of it. It's the rainbow fucking cloth. And yet I bloody can't. But there's so many other ones too. Like, what is this garbage? This is the rainbow one, presumably. And this, I don't know. Hate. Elixir? He hardly knows it. Restores all allies HP. Grants 5% AP. That's kind of insane.
どれにしようかな？
What was it again? I can't even remember. Decorated spellbook. So I can from this? Oh, that's good. Why I've never been able to do anything here, I will never know. Does it even exist? I don't know. Book of Hades. Hades.
これは外せないよね。
Also, a new Hearthstone set launched today. I have absolutely no desire to play it because they treat my class Demon Hunter like shit. And I hate them for it. Magical. A magical rhythm all around. It's called Toys R Us. What the fuck? Synthesis recipes. Synthesis recipes. What does that mean? So I never got the elixir. I never got this. But I don't have the thing I need for it, right? Magical. I don't have magical. I wish you could make your own ones of these so that I could then just make a magical and be fine. But no, of course not. There's the spirit pouch. I don't have a fucking snowflake. I don't know where to get that. I wish that was one of the things I could have unlocked. That would have been nice. What the fuck? What is ever changing? Whoa. I'm gonna have to save him.
これでっと。いい反応だね。ひらめいちゃった。
I want to make this as good as I can, but I don't know if it will be by the end.
いいんじゃない？これにしようかな。うまくいってる。
Where's the pram? Just what the fuck is perfectly round? Upon acting, acting. That's not bad. It's like leftovers. It's really not bad. What was the thing I wanted? Parameter Samsung. See if there's anything else in the parameter shit. What? Surely I'm supposed to be able to find that. Why am I not finding that? I found it in the list itself, but I can't find it in this. Oh, there it is. Only one found. I do really like this.
ここはこれでっと。困ったらこれを使って。
No. See, 97, I don't know if that's good enough.
うまくいきますよ。想像以上の忘れないようにメモしておかなくちゃ。どれにしようかな。と。
Is that better though, or not? Well, we already have this. It's bad. It's bad. Wide order is just better. And that's why we say it. Because I don't want to make it if it's bad.
どれにしようかな。
I mean, I want to make it, but not for that purpose.
まずはこれを入れて。ここはこれでっと。いいんじゃない？私天才じゃない？
天才じゃない？
うまくいきますよう
It's
に。
a lot of side じゃない？
忘れないようにメモしておかな
There's
くちゃ。
Chatham.
さーて、何を作ろう。まず ずはこれを入れてよ。これでっと。いいんじゃない？いいんじゃない？ひらめいちゃっ
Get this on the goddamn thing.
た。よし、成仏想像。さーて、何を作ろう。
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything really productive yet, have we? Tensai Janai. Elixir would be good. Don't tell me it's another locked catalyst bullshit. What? Medicine. I think we're good on medicine. Also, this is medicine. Where's our Dunkel Heart? Huh? What? Or a soul? Yeah, Dunkel Heart. I always look at this as soul flower. What the fuck? Plants and flowers. Okay. That's what we really need to be doing. That one's just what I'm making. Plants and flowers. Flower too.
困
Okay.
ったらこれを使って。
Dunkel Heart. Where are you? Any other Dunkel Heights? Or is it just yeah. I should do this again, shouldn't I? Dunkel Heights. Alright, so here.
うまくいってる。私天才じゃない？
Now this one we may well want to look at. Revives the target 10 HP if they are KO'd. That is disgusting. We definitely want that.
うまくいってる。
Because then it revives everybody and heals them. Because this is currently restores less HP, grants 10 AP, percent AP. But if it's turned into everybody but one person might be dead, and then you can use this to revive everybody back. Now this one's absolutely nuts. Not about fun. What? Life Awakening. Not what I want. Charge by number. Ooh. That's one use.
うまくいってる。
Like that. Performing item mix. What the fuck is item mix? Sleep cure is kind of sexy.
いいんじゃない。
I don't know if it's the best thing available for me. And maybe I should try changing this to, I don't know, change to bombs, change to fruit, change to bug, change to something that like
こうすればいいんじゃない。
can give me something a little bit more interesting. Because it says restore all allies HP. Because that presumably means restores it to full. But the recovery says 153. But maybe it's restore all allies HP by 153. It's just a little confusing.
あとこれじゃなかった。
What is fine medicine? Ah! I want to know the information. What is fine medicine source? What is that? What is fine medicine source? Sea of cheese. What the fuck? Fuck is sea of cheese? God, this is so tiring and tedious. And when it doesn't actually do what I want, I have to redo everything. It's so annoying. She's all stuck on fire, right? Okay, No! Oh my god. I don't know why it doesn't just save when I back out like that. Clearly change it to this, just save it. Why do I have to then fucking also tell you to then save it? Like, why did I make the change in the first place? Not saying you go, oh, I'll change it back. I didn't tell you to change it back. If I told you to change it back, I would change it back. Or I would press back. Like circle. I didn't tell you to change it back. So why are you changing it back? Although, to be fair, the back out of the menu is circle, but I mean... Definitely not what I care about. I don't think there was anything in there that I gave a shit about. Yeah, I don't know, man.
困ったらこれを使って。よし、超合さーて、何を作ろう。
I like it.
どれを増やすんだい？増やしたいものを選んでくれよ。これを増やすんだな。よっしゃ！じゃあ始めるぞ。と。
So that's good. That's an actual serious upgrade. Having access to that. And I have to look at that. What was the thing? It was Meteor. I don't care about it. I've never seen an Everfrost Beehive, which is really annoying. Bloody hell, man. It's all from shitty fucking quests, like the carrot and crap. So like this. Over here. I don't know about that. I don't know how to get the snowflake. And there's this BS. How am I even get to go here? I'm supposed to skip this. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with this. What? Why can't I have this? Because to get the spirit belt, I need to, you know. I probably can't do that then. So that's your Silverstone Grand Prix. But like, frick me, man. Why can't I have this recipe that's in between here? You know, as long as I don't have it, I can't get to the other thing I need.
やっぱり他の
So irritating, holy shit. Don't I already have this damn thing?
やっぱり他の
Yeah, I already have it. I want to find those 3 bosses. I don't see any goddamn question marks. I don't care to
あ
put
い
this
つ
on.
は他のやつよりも強そうだね気を引き締めていこうねここで立ち止まるわけにはいかないもんね
弱点をつけそうだ。俺に任せてくれ。仕留める。
Why have we started with this?
手数で攻めるか。
I feel like the GUI is a little different.
俺に続け。
ちめちゃんおいで
Chimichanga. No? We still have that red negative crap?
任せてくれ。
Wasn't that buff in there? Her butt? 666. Mark of the devil.
弱点をつけそうだ。俺に任せてくれ。
私も行きます。
弱点をつけそうだ。俺に任せてくれ。
Take him down, Sophie. Managed to level up.
俺も一つの学びだな。
まだ強くなれそうだ。
これはすごいな。
Oh, that was an enemy that we fought and killed. Are you afraid of me or not? You are. Lovely. I think no one's here. I don't think I care too much to hang about.
妖精がいるじゃない。トン、とりゃ。お宝。なんだかこれはすごいものみたい。
And I have been to Endgame and dealt with all that grinding that we did last time. So they're not that level. I'm not going to be having to face them. Makes somewhat sense. I did not know you were here, got it.
余裕で勝てそうね。あいつそろそろ限界なんじゃない？
You camouflage in the blue background.
弱点見つけた。私にやらせて。ここは無理せず逃げましょう。 I want nothing that I have roofing, You know, jammed on that. Unless I see any question marks, might come. But unlikely, also I might just miss it. But for now, kind of just not wanting to pollute my
Inventory was rubbish. I thought that was Let's try to fight the boss. Hopefully it'll do something different. So I can add it to the list. No, it looks like it's the same crap.
強い気配がするね。でも倒せばすっごく成長できそうだよ。
Yeah, I don't care for it. I'd afford it if I thought it was new. Don't look at me. The light-colored jellyfish. There you go. And then I just fight this. That's it. Let's go.
ここで立ち止まるわけにはいかないもんね。
弱点をつけ
Just
そうだ。
defense up, that's it.
俺に任せてくれ。
燃えちゃったか。いい調子。よし。
What is that green buff? That's on the surface. That thing, that marker next to her face on her channel. I don't know what that means.
力を込めて思いっきり。
Doesn't seem to do anything unique.
仕留める。捕らえた。手数で攻めるか。
Why has everyone got this negative on them? Did I buy something? Or is it just part of this stupid area?
俺に続け。
どっちが上か教えてあげる。攻めるよ。よし。攻めるよ。熱いのいくよ。
弱点をつけそうだ。俺に任せてくれ。
一気に行くわ。よし、頑張ろう、私から。まだまだ。そこだ。もう怒ったんだから。いやどっちが上か俺に攻めるよ。熱いのいくよ。大成功。
See, I've got.
私に任せてください。決めた。力を込めて思いっきり。一気に行くわ。まだまだ。
Oh no. Yeah, indeed. What it means is, like, you see how there's no chat up on screen? Actually, I do want to talk to you about it because you are a streamer. And welcome, hello, how are you? Let me shout you out even though there's nobody else here. But that's fine. It's the fort that counts, I like to think. Point is, you are a streamer, so you probably use, or at least have come across, authenticator tokens, right? One of the things, there are many things, mainly like video content stuff, which a lot of it I already put up on YouTube, so I could just download it back. Though some of it was like in the transition, I hadn't really made a video with it, so that's kind of the only thing that I really think I care about. And then maybe some music that I downloaded, but not too much. Anything is mostly something I can remember anyway, and just get back if I want to. So it's not too big a deal. It's just, you know, as you say, it sucks, but at least it's not worse, right? So one of the things I'm struggling with, right? You might have noticed, although I don't always activate it or remember to, is my chat working? I can't actually tell you my chat's working because my chat button isn't working. So I refreshed it. Anyway, is I used to use a chat bot, right? Occasionally, sometimes when I'd remember, I'd use a chat bot. And so basically, it requires an authenticator token. And I was using a fairly easy way site or whatever to get the authenticator tokens previously. But that site, for whatever reason, has gone and said, like, for better or worse, mostly worse, this site's providing authenticator tokens has been misused. I don't know what they even mean by misuse. I don't know if they consider my use to be misused or whatever. But anyway, and so therefore I have decided to rip the band-aid off, as they called it, and delete this site, delete this service, delete this bot, delete whatever it is that allowed me to get authenticator tokens. For those who still want to just are users and want to use the authenticator token, because it sounded like something along the lines of, because even the other site mentioned something about if you're a developer and you're redirecting people to use this site for your authenticator tokens to help your app, please stop. Use your own device if you're a developer. So it sounds like they have problems with certain developers abusing the opportunity of not having to do their own work. Something along those lines. Anyway, the long short of it is that I was using an authenticator token. Now, what an authenticator token is this long fucking code, much like your stream key or something like that. But it allows third-party software, like my chat pontificator is what I call it, chat pontificator. Maybe Twitch chat pontificator, if you want to look it up. But anyway, to be able to access and read off my channel so that it can then allow me to display the chat as you're writing and so on the stream. If they doesn't get that authenticator token, like Streamer Bot or Stream Elements Bot, yeah, sure. But I was using my own third-party software. I wasn't using any of that. But yeah, I guess they use it too. Maybe you use it by giving them the code for your channel with regards to Stream Elements. That could well be the case, because I know you have your chat up these days as well, which is why you can relate to this. And basically, I am struggling to make head or tail of this new site and the way they talk about the information and how to get it, to get that authenticator token so that I can make the bot that I have been using to work again. Because if you lose an old one, okay, if you had that one, you could reapply it, but I don't have it anymore because it was in my former external, and the bot was, along with the token that it had. So now I have to rebuild everything from scratch, right? So it would be really helpful if I could understand what the hell this new site wants, because it starts talking about, like, they talk about scopes, and they're like, define which specific scopes you want this authenticator to be used for or something, and it just gets more gobbledygook as you go on. And then, like, another thing it says is it wants you to give a client secret, almost like, what's the name of the site? Well, let me think. It might take a bit of understanding how to get back to it, because I've forgotten all the process. Let me have a look. Yeah. It has its own get O off token, which directs me to this site. And here you can read about how they weren't happy with such and such using this site and whatnot. Because my bot actually has a link to this very site. And then it talks about what should I do from here. And it talks about how I recommend using Twitch Token Generator from Swiftly Spiffy or whatever the fuck. And blah blah blah. And then you go to that website, presumably to get the token. And it has all this like client secret and client ID. And I don't understand any of it because I'm not really tech savvy in that way. I know a bit, of course, we're both streamers, so we have some knowledge, but it's just so over my head that I just like, what am I supposed to input here just so that I can get what I want out of it and make it work? But yeah, this is one of the things that I haven't been able to do since, you know, the thing happened. The site that I get the Funtificator bot from is this. So the first one is the site that the bot itself takes me to try and get the app token, and the second site is how I get the bot in the first place. I know a streamer called Crayson, and so that's the streamer that I asked, what bot do you use for your chat? And he said he uses this, and that's what I've been using ever since he told me. But that's one of the things, for example, that I can't really have my chat up anymore. It's kind of sad. So what happened here? Why did the image go weird? Oh, what's up with that? So it's a hidden thing. Something above it? What is it? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Because when I loaded up the chat Funtificator, it then did this. Yeah. Because I don't have it on green screen anymore. However, no, it's visible, but it's only a black box. It won't give me any text. Yeah, okay. So the black mark you just saw on the stream was basically where the bot would lie, but I would green screen that and just have the text show up. Yeah, don't worry. But yeah, I'm just trying to. I don't understand the lingo, and I don't know what it wants me to do to get the thing working. Anyway, we're about to meet this bot. Totsugeki, you hear her?
Yes.
Not that time. May! Cutie gear! Except this is Ria's Atelier. He gave it poison because it's, I got to let it have the turn. Precision guard, and you can see the Mario Party ship. So now we've got our bar up to full again, so we can just multi-action to get the heal off. And what's nice about this is that we don't actually change places if it's just a heal. Oh, you know what's fucking hilarious? I just can't get over. You know how bubbly and cute and, you know, I mean, obviously they're actors, so it does make sense. But like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. You know, depending on the voice and the character, they can do upbeat and high pitch and cute and, you know, whatever. And then they can also do like deep voices, and especially women. They have a lot of range. So the voice actor for Sophie, Atelier Sophie, I found out recently, is the same voice actor as Narita Bryan in Hinidami, the horse game. Which, if you know Narita Bryan, she's incredibly boisterous, incredibly tomboyish. Like, she's very attractive. She's not like a butch girl or anything, but like, she's very boisterous and tomboyish. And she has a deep voice and everything. So like, I'm gonna bring up a little bit of a audio clip.
私は戦い続ける。この魂が震える限り、心が叫ぶ限り。ああ、成田ブライアン。私の闘志に火をつけたのはあんただ。
Anyway, I don't know if you heard that, but that's Narita Bryan, as you can hear. Well, Sophie is the dark red-haired girl in our front line, like the second in the three, like the middle of the three in our front line. With the red eyes. That is the same voice actor. And it's just like, it's insane. It's just like completely different. No, I understand. Like, I mean, it's just like any VTuber who has like a crazy high-pitched voice or whatever. Yeah, that's some good range indeed. And all that. And compare that to all that. It's pretty cool. Because, I mean, you know, like I was saying, VTubers, obviously, some of them like put on a voice, and clearly you can't imagine that's the voice they go out in public to adult with. Because he'll just get strange looks all day. But so, so we give him the red. This is the trouser aspect, which, you know, your friend Zozo is correct about. It does have, you know, influences of Trouser Cold Steel, but like, you might know that I did really like Trouser Cold Steel. So to see Atelier indeed follow that trend is not something I'm particularly happy about. What the fuck? We're Max again in the bar. What I don't like is when I don't know what the attack move looks like, and that's the case in every Paper Mario-esque type game. And then like I defend, but it's not late enough to be a precision guard, so I'm like, well shit, how long is it gonna take? So I'll press the button. Then they go in their attack, and either I try and press it when I press it late, or even if I press it again on time, but it's too quick, they can't re-guard up, and then I just get buggered completely, 100% damage, because I'm not even guarding at all. Because I didn't know how the attack would go. It's so irritating. I'm really not a fan of Paper Mario shit. So I'm not a fan of how they've made it into Trails Gold Seal. I'm not a fan of how they've made it into Paper Mario. Atelier should be Ryza. Predominantly. That's fun. That's an amazing fun. There's not enough games to do. I'd much rather have it. Although the other Resleriana is fun. And that did have some Trails Gold fun. And there it is. Level up. What are we working with? You can't abandon unexplored dungeons. That's another thing I really don't bloody like. Is that the button that makes that happen is simply the map. AKA, you cannot look at your map when you're in one of these dungeons just to see, like, if you're gonna, if you've explored the next area in this. I don't know. It's annoying. And then secondly, you can't. If I go here, if I go through this, I have to go through the entirety of it. The only times I get to leave are like now here, back to Valmont, which is the overworld. And then, like, what's more annoying and stupid about this game, there are many things. This is a really weak entry. Is that same menu also accesses your bestiary for the area. So you can never check when you're in one of these dungeons which enemies you killed and which you haven't. So there's always question marks. And I'm like, oh, I don't know, I'll try and look for these bosses or whatever. But I don't know which ones I've killed. I know I killed 2 new bosses here, so presumably 2 of those 3 from before entering this will have now shown up. But, like, I want to look at that menu. I want to look at the list of items and enemies that I've defeated and see how much left I have to go, whether I want to continue or whatever. And I can't access any of that, because as soon as I try doing that, you cannot abandon unexplored dungeons. So we'll just put that separate. Okay, maybe that's the same menu that allows you to leave, but when it's the only menu option to see those things, to see the map, to see the bestiary, it's really stupid that I literally can't use any of that when I'm in one of these dungeons trying to check while I'm doing it what I need. Like, you need to, like, have advanced memory, and even then, to know what you're even looking for. Like, it's just so bad. Because, like, you know, I want to try and uncover the remaining items that I haven't gotten. Maybe they're drops. Maybe it's some enemy drop that I haven't done yet, because I haven't killed a certain enemy in this. But I can't even look at that list, because until I leave, it won't let me, because it's stuck on this. Yeah, the game is really stupid. It's really poorly made. But whatever. As I mentioned before, I'm not a big fan of this one. Because this is the menu. This is the map menu. And then from here, these are the dimensional paths. And then from here you get, as you see, the monsters and obtainable ingredients list. But of course, you just go for this and you select yes, you can leave. And it's saying, oh, because you can do this and you can press yes here, we don't want you to have any access to this entire menu. So you don't get to see the monsters, you don't get to see the obtainable ingredients, you don't see anything because of that. Instead of just separating them. Like, it's really fucking stupid. Because, like, you see there's 2 question marks. I want to know what I've been able to clear and what I haven't. I'm not allowed to do that. Because I still have some things that I haven't quite acquired yet. Again, here, too, here. this guy, which apparently I'm supposed to be able to see. And also, it's so unclear to know what the difference is between this image, which you can see the silhouette of an enemy, but it's not filled in. So presumably you haven't killed it. Is it the one that I fought but I didn't actually bother to kill? Versus complete and utter question. I don't know. It's so confusing. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of grinding so that I can try and beat the final boss easier. Very similar situation to that whole scenario with Metaphor, which I also didn't like. Like, I would like to look at that menu again with the bosses that you see, that list that I can't see now. So that when I find what this boss is here, because this sound and this noise and music, as you can probably imagine, is boss music. There's some boss to go and explore and find. I thought I had to break through. Of course, this is scared of me because I'm endgame, you know. Should have been able to beat this game already, but final boss is such a bitch. So there's so many things I have problems with. Fortunately, what I do like is that everything runs away from me. You can still hunt them down, but everything runs away from me when I'm over level. Which means you don't have to, unless you accidentally run into it. I think I've already killed this thing. That thing is still running away from me. Yeah, I've killed that thing. I don't need to kill that one. I'm pretty sure I killed that thing just a moment ago. So I don't want to waste my time with it. Trying to uncover stuff. That was really awesome. Oh, I see what's happening. Oh, thank God. Because I had to... Here's the other thing. It's gone back to PlayStation controls. Because I've been having to use Xbox controls. That's good. That's an improvement. By having to lose the other one. Yeah. So it's another boss encounter. This music again with this red stuff. And everyone being weird color and whatnot is all indicative of this fucking ominous tree. It's the same boss again. It's the same jellyfish. I don't care for it. I know it's still a boss, but is it going to be anything different, or is it going to be the same goddamn thing a third time? So we'll try and find the exit again. It's the same goddamn jellyfish again. And like these dungeons themselves are incredibly basic, like way more boring than any dungeon or area that you can explore, and there's quite a huge world in Atelier Resleriana, especially once you get through the whole trilogy. The beauty of like the areas of Atelier is all unique and interesting and a proper world. Same thing with Yumiya, to be fair. But this game is like Hyperdimension Neptunia style, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon style, boring as fuck, you know, basic ass dungeons that you don't really want to waste your time with. They're all very generic. And that's another negative, I would say. That I don't particularly like. Because it doesn't really feel like a real world. It feels like you're, you know, not really immersed in anything that matters because it's such a procedurally generated, generic shit. Corridor kind of crap instead of like a nice, like really like it feels like a world to explore type area like you would get in Yumiya, or even though I didn't like Yumiya that much, but at least it had that. Yumiya is a better game than this. Even though Yumiya is more of an action-based game, it's a better game. It's very Genshin-y. It's the one that they had this year. I showed earlier. That is a better game than this. This is a really poor entry. And I mentioned it before, but basically, I feel very much. Oh, it's the same fucking boss again. I feel very much like this is the real example of what people were discrediting Game Freak over. As in to say, Game Freak was criticized because they tried doing 2 different Pokemon games in the same year. And because of the performance issues of Pokemon Violet, even though I really loved Gen 9, to be honest, I loved it for a lot of really cool reasons, like how they solved the HM slave problem, how they made it far more explorative, the world you can navigate. I really enjoyed that, even though I didn't like the fixed leveling, because it didn't feel reasonable to have gone back the conventional way and fight everything 30 levels lower than me. But you know. You know, they were getting a lot of stick and criticism for having produced 2 games, and then they should have stuck to 1 because it meant that they had rushed dev times, and then they weren't able to make such a good game, and then that a lot of people didn't like Gen 9 because they thought it was rushed and not very good, even though I actually thought it was really good, but whatever, you know, all that. And I was like, I actually made a YouTube video kind of like suggesting that no, actually, I think it was actually a really good job that they did, even though the performance issues did suck because it was on the Switch and yada yada yada, but you know, whatever. I feel this is more appropriate. I was not expecting before they announced it that Gus would now start making 2 Atelier games in a single year. That's unprecedented that I know about. Even though they're not like Atlas with like Persona at times or whatever, but you know, I wasn't expecting that. And I think they did suffer from trying to do that. I don't think they're the same size as Game Freak necessarily, because Game Freak's basically a subsidiary of Nintendo, apparently. Whatever. And I really think it affected it. I think both games in Atelier last year were bad. This one was really bad. Like, I don't like Yumiya that much, but I definitely think it was better than this one. But I wish they'd just done a Riser type game. It's much the best, still the best Atelier game I've played. So to try and mitigate this annoying red that I can't give it to my enemy, I'm going to just do this. But because it's he still fell. We're using a lot of our bar, but now we can send the enemies to the right. actually.
まだまだここですかさずそこだ
When they get poisoned.
できたよ
弱点をつけそうだ。俺に任せてくれ。
And that is fine.
攻めるよ
Because you don't have much bar and he's gonna get that green and I can't avoid that. He's just somehow ahead of Rias. If he was behind Rias, it would be a very different story.
やあこん
Or
な
if Rias is back in my
どう
of course I still range and stuff like this. This is very good.
よーしもう怒ったんだからいやーこれも受け取りなさいできたよ
So,
体が軽い
and of course you can
見つけました
give the enemy
私に
that.
任せてください
Let it.
突撃突撃
Don't forget he.
やってはっよーし
I don't even know. I can't. I can swap somebody in. I'm not pretty good.
やるぞ。
私が一番
次は俺だ。
そこだここですかさずそこだよーし力をためて思いっきりってや
よそ見をするなよ。いや、そこだ。
突撃せーのいっけ
Oh, thank you, thanks. I really appreciate that.
割り込んじゃうの
Don't feel like you need to, you know. I'm not asking you to like. I really appreciate the help. Thanks.
When they say developer tool, does that mean it's not for general users or streaming? Maybe it doesn't work all over here.
I think it's simply that developers can use it and have been using it, and that is something that they actually don't want people to do. And that's why they talk about both users and developers separately, because I think they're fine if somebody like me, as I have been, and not just me, Grayson and other people, in using it for chatbots or whatever. But when it's like out-serviced to through a developer to God knows how many users, presumably it like maybe there's a significant overload or something. I don't know the details. And then they have to like deal with the backlash of having all this nonsense to deal with because the developer ported them over to this site. Maybe. I definitely think it's user applicable, and that's actually one of the methods that arguably inspired them to make it. But then they had developers as well using it, and they didn't like that, and so they're like saying, "If you're a user, go to this site." I mean, literally, if you go to the Fantificator one. Literally, the guy says, if you're a user like me or you or whatever, go to Spiffy's site and get it there. So they're already saying, do that. But if you're a developer, you know, please make your own support for whatever.
前に出る。正面突破だ。
That's why they make the distinction.
これはどうだそこだ
ここだ。
弱点見つけました私に任せてください今がチャンス
Yeah. I mean, it's a fair question to ask. It's just, it would be very strange to me if they didn't want individual users to or their own chat. Because technically I'm just one user. I'm not like a whole horde of people that they're not invited. And then they have to do it. Because I'm not the only one that used that chat for together. I got it literally from somebody else. They had to do that same thing too. But they probably didn't have their external die since that site stopped making them, so they can still use the token they've been using. Because if I had the token, like the information from the line, or whatever gobbledygook information, you know, the URL or whatever you want to call it, well, it's not a website, then I could still apply it. It's just I don't have it anymore because it was on the broken extent. Very similar situation to, sadly, how I can't stream games on the 3DS. I don't know if you remember, but years ago I was streaming a couple of games like Pokemon Sun and Moon and some Action Odyssey games, like especially Nexus, with the use of my modded 3DS, and I bought several of them quick. But then I had an issue with it, like a product, I don't know, key is no longer there, and I no longer knew what that information was, so then I wasn't able to use it. So, yeah. Ima-chan. I normally wouldn't do this because the opponent's going to get the best, but my intention is just to kill him.
Yeah! Trinidad meal. Ooh, sounds tasty. What kind of Trinidad meal you got going? Democracy made manifest. I had some pizza earlier today, and I need to prepare marinated chicken for my weekly chicken curry. Every week I tend to buy the same stuff. I get base pizzas, cheese, tomato, and then I add pepperoni, jalapenos, and black olives to them. I do 2 of those, so that's like 2 of the weekly meals. I eat other things around it, but it tends to just rice, fried fish, and beef. That sounds awesome. That sounds really nice. What fish? I like all sorts of fish. I particularly like salmon, but I like all sorts of fish. I sometimes eat mackerel. White bait's really nice. And I used to eat prawns, but then my parents were like, it contains heavy metals, so try to reduce it, and then I decided to take it out completely. But I get 2 of those, and in between that I marinate and leave overnight chicken for a chicken curry, which I use with chicken curry sauce, just very basic, green beans, red onions chopped, all it's chopped, and diced carrots. And then that's one meal. And then another meal, 2 meals really, is salmon en croûte. I will marinate salmon. I'll skin it and marinate it. And I'll mix it with green beans again, because it's just so easy to use green beans. A whole bunch of different things. I use green beans a lot. You know, like, okay, in some cases, salmon en croûte's mostly used with, what's the real word for broccoli? What we normally associate colloquially as broccoli, but is actually calabrese? I think it's calabrese. The calabrese is obnoxious. It's got its florets and can be easy to, like, you know, go off and you don't really want to refreeze it and all that sort of stuff. It's just obnoxious. So much easier to just use green beans. I use green beans so, like, if I need veg, if I need greens, I just use green beans. It's so much easier. And I'm not one of these people that doesn't like green beans. I quite like green beans. It's fine. It's not like my favorite, but it's just such a easy to use green source that I use for so many different things. So I use it for the chicken curry. I use it for the salmon crudes as well, instead of the broccoli, the calabrese. And I'll mix that with obviously Philadelphia cheese, and it'll be in puff pastry. Or is it puff pastry? I think it's puff pastry. Yeah, puff pastry. And put them in the in the oven for like 25 minutes, and have fries with that. And then I also have burgers. I will cook burgers on the stove. Get the meats from them, ready made, and cook it up. And again, the burgers will have green beans. We'll also have these things called cornichons, and they'll also have a bunch of different sauces. I like having mango chutney and barbecue sauce and mustard and so all sorts of stuff. Some cheese as well, mozzarella. Sometimes I make galettes, which is this French dish where you can... Chef Adrian, thank you. And they're easy, really. I don't know that many things, but I appreciate it. I also really don't like working with red meat. But, obviously the burgers are red meat, but it's mostly done, prepared already. Just finish it off, it's easy. And I will make a batter, mix eggs, flour, milk, mix them up, and then I would butter the a saucepan, heat it up to about 2 to 3 on the meter on the oven, and make discs, 3 discs of batter with the mix that I just said, and then put that on an oiled tray, and then put slices of ham on each of these 3 discs, that there's enough space for 3 in like a sort of pattern like that. And then I will also mix a whole bunch of like cheese. I get block cheese. I will heat that up first in the microwave a little bit so it's softer. Mix that up with some mustard, mix that up with some other sauces, maybe garlic alioli mayonnaise, things like that. And then I'll get what my mum gave me, which is this hand bizzer, as they call it. She calls it, like whisk mixer type deal. Plug in, and then you make that all one nice little sort of like mix, like pasty kind of thing. And put that in a ring specifically, around on top of each of the slices of ham on the batter slices. I'll get some green beans again, and I'll put a ring around that mustard, whatever mix, with a little hole in each. And then I'll take 3 more eggs. 1 egg was with the batter originally, but 3 more eggs. And for each one of these gaps, like a nest, if you will, it looks very much like that, I will very carefully crack the egg, let the albumin pour out first. This is important. And then open the rest and let the yolk drop in to the center. Because the albumin, I specifically made sure was to liquidy fill up within that circle and not like display outside. Sometimes I let a little display outside, but mostly in the center. It allows and guides pretty much the connective tissue of the egg to suck pretty much into the hole and stay there. Even if you would almost have it half out, now it's pretty much really doing everything it can to hold into the circle. Before I used to do this, and before I used to just crack eggs normally, it would fall off over the place, it would go around the side, it would go onto the tray itself. It would be incredibly, if not impossible, difficult to put it back and maneuver it back where you'd want it, and it would be an impossible task, and it would basically be a mess. If you do it that very careful way and have the albumin fall in first, it really helps just gravitate the yolk, into the center where you want it. And then you can apply this to anything. It's all because the nature of the protein of an egg, it's like an amoeboid effect. It's not really, because it's a completely different organism. But It looks like that, right? And it's all connected. It's all one piece. So having this like massive mass that's drawn into the center, into the hole, as it were, allows the rest of it to kind of contain and stay there. So it's really good for that. And then, you know, gradually put in a preheated oven, 7 minutes to 9. If you want it still runny, I'd say 7 minutes or less, but verging on 7. If you want it nice and solid, depending on how you want it. Especially, it depends on how I crack the egg. If the egg were nice to, you know, when I put them in, then I might want them runny. Because then they're still like solid, and then when you crack it open, it runs. But if they were like damaged in the process or whatever, but it's still there, most of the body's still there, but it was like popped or whatever, then okay, I'll solidify it and take it to 9 minutes. So it's a difference between 7 and 9 minutes. I have photos of them, or at least I used to. I don't know if I still do that. I can have a look. And obviously I've definitely occasionally put photos in some Discord channels which we're interested in looking at it. But maybe I lost it because of the chain. And this might actually be something that I've lost. I'll bring it. I'll do it again. But these cooking photos, I think I might have lost because of the whole nonsense. Yeah. I can't see them anymore. Oh well. Yeah, no. That's fine. Like I say, I'll probably be able to make... this is all from my mum. My mum is an incredible cook. She's really, really good at a whole bunch of different things. Like, she can make anything, pretty much. She's the exceptional one. And she taught me some things, and I was able to hang on to that information. She's the one that's given me... And she has, like, pages that she wrote for me of, like, recipes, so that I could follow it. I know... If I know anything, she knows 100 times more. Like, incredible. From everything from Iraqi food, because she's Iraqi, bureg, dolma, things like that, through to, you know, like worldly foods. Anything from, like, you know, she could do her own versions of sweet and sour chicken or pork, and, you know, Oriental dishes, through to like Western stuff, hamburgers, chicken with mustard, mayonnaise, beef stroganoff, like bloody anything. She's an incredibly good cook. I'm very fortunate to have my parents who I had. But, yeah. So a little bit got passed down. I was able to take some lessons effectively and benefit off that. But yeah, unfortunately I don't have any photos, and I'll have to make more photos. But I mean, that's not a big deal. Things like that I lost, you know? It's just like, whatever. I don't really want to proceed further. Until I look at the menu again. See what I've done. This is downline again.
どこへ行くんだ?
Am I constantly going back and forward and then redoing the same thing? Oh man, if only it was just more easy to manage. I mean,
リラックスしていきましょう。ここにどんな素材があるのかな。
all I want to do is be able to beat this stupid goddamn boss. This is why I'm still here in this game. This right here.
私は赤い霧のせいで苦しんでる。全部終わりにしよう。この戦いで。
ああ、白の守護者の末裔として 全て守り抜いてみせる。
よーし大暴れしちゃおう。弱点見っけ、私にやらせて。てや今度もう一発。落ち着いていけば今がチャンス。よーしよーし、もう怒ったんだから。てや
It's 2 turns left.
遠慮なくやらせてもらう。手数で攻めるか。俺に続け。
I want this final boss to be straightforward and not a problem.
どっちが上か教えてあげる。
And I'm willing to
よーし
grind whatever is necessary in order to make that happen.
てや
This thing is a very obnoxious one.
とりゃ
I've always hated it. Right when I'm hoping to be able to beat the game, we have to go through
よ
this.
ーし大暴れしちゃ
弱点をつけそうだ。俺に任せてくれ。
おう。よーし攻めるよ。よーし
I feel like reducing the speed.
よーく切れるよ。
Feels acceptable.
ついていけば大丈夫。いくよ。ここは私が
Yes,
慎重に行こう。
ありがとう。
さっきまでと様子が違うな。気をつけろ。行動を変えてくるかもしれない。
助かる。
私も。どっちが上か教えて。攻めるよ。
So I'm willing to go as far in the experience as I need to make this fight tricky.
そこだ。
Because I don't want this. This fight's just annoying. Look how many turns it fucking gets. I don't know what it's doing all these turns, but it keeps getting more turns.
よーし大暴れ
Which
し
is
ちゃおう。
really obnoxious.
見つけました。私に任せてください。よーしよーしよーく切れるよ。そこだ。ちょっとしんどいかも。
あれが弱点か。今なら狙えそうだ。
You poisoned or some shit?
よーしもう怒ったんだから。てやーやっちゃったな。よーしやるよ。頑張ろう。私から行きます。 続きます。
Oh,
私もそこだ。逃がさないからそこだ。
yeah.
体がだ
Now we're all red and shit.
一気に行くわ。
Need the other thing back. God, that's so good. Yeah, need the other thing back. Apparently it's not good.
頑張ろう。私から
I thought this would heal a lot more than it
行
is.
きます。続きます。
Heal
ま
stress.
だまだ。
There's a new item that I've
ここですかさず。そこだ。
下がってろ。さっきまでの様子が違うわ。気をつけろ。行動を変えてくるかもしれない。
ちょっとしんどいかも。
弱点をつけそうだ。俺に任せてくれ。
援護するよ。諦めないんだから。
遠慮なくやらせてもらう。任せろ。これを使う。
This heals more.
助かるよ。
Well, let's take that.
そこだ。
At least I know now.
体がだるい。
But I do feel like if I just continue grinding, this won't be such a problem.
一気に行くわ。 頑張ろう。私が一番。ちむちゃんおいで。
Shimdive can take out.
嘘。
See, there's reds on our team.
力をくれてやる。
当たらないよ。
Yes, because the blind doesn't really help.
どうしよう。
How many attacks? You guys get it now?
体力が。
弱点をつけそうだ。俺に任せてくれ。
Healing bow is actually
私
better.
が一番。ここはちむちゃんに。助かっちゃった。ちょっとしんどいかも。今のチャンス。
But again, I just don't want to make this fight any more.
遠慮なくやらせてもらう。
Of course, our opponent's gonna get fucking and maybe because that's maybe a critical, I have to buy it out. I'm doing better than you've ever done before, but I did do a lot of grinding.
気をつけろ。行動を変えてくるかもしれない。
How many turns it keeps eating? It's just ridiculous.
よーし、大暴れしちゃ一気に
弱点をつけそうだ。俺に任せてくれ。 やるぞ。合わせる。助かる。次は俺だ。そこだ。ここだ。
あれが弱点か。今なら狙えそうだ。 さっきまでと様子が違うな。気をつけろ。行動を変えてくるかもしれない。
これが効くはずだ。
思いっきり戦えるよ。よし、せーの、いけー。そこだ。
追撃する。そこだ。
一斉攻撃の準備できました。行くよ。
Yeah, like next to no.
行くよ。
ここで仕留める。いや、そこだ。
ここですかさず。そこだ。
Okay.
任せてください。ピヨピヨ。あっ、行きます。これさえあれば。ありがとうよ。じわじわ嫌な感じ。
あれが弱点か。今なら狙えそうだ。
突撃。これが私のとっておき。ていや
Of course you kill her.
下がってろ。
立て直さないとな。
見えたわ。あいつの弱点。私に任せなさい。
道具の出番だ。
ありがとうございます。
さっきまでと様子が違うな。気をつけろ。行動を変えてくるかもしれない。行くぞ。世話が焼けるな。
ありがとう。
Yeah, I mean, I can't do much about it.
やってやろうじゃない。
倒れるわけにはいかない。
このままじゃ危ないよ。一度下がって。
I can't do much of it.
あ、やっちゃおう。
切り開く。
続くね。ありがとね。足が離れるから。
しまった。
Fucking crosses, man. It doesn't help. just gonna eat that HB and move because you're gonna buy all the fucking moves.
気をつけろ。行動を変えてくるかもしれない。
Why do you get to have a million moves, man? Well, how is that fair?
ここは私が。
これくらい平気だ。
弱点見っけ。私にやらせて。
手数で攻めるか。手数で攻めるか。 続け。
私も
助かるよ助かるよ
Oh, of course. Perfect timing for that. Perfect.
さっきまでと様子が違うな。気をつけろ。
And we lose the turn
か
again.
もしれない。
This paralysis that we can't stop. So we're now dead. All that work for nothing.
下がっ
Yeah,
て
I'm
ろ。
really. I don't want this fight. I'm sick of fucking final bosses. I hate them. I really hate them. They're not fun. What is this bullshit? Just endless bullshit. But now I have to, and now it's all gone. Like, I don't want this. This is why I'm still stuck on this game. I'm done.
ここで食い止め
Why do people love final bosses? It will never make any sense. What is fun about this? Nothing to me.
これくらい平気だ。
見えたわ
I want to be done with the game instead I have this
私
bullshit.
に任せな
You
さ
know
い
what I mean? Like, it's not fun.
どうだ。くらえ。
Same thing with that.
さっきまでと様子が違うな。気をつけろ。行動を
I
変え
was
てくるか
trying
も
to
しれない
find the right turn for this. But if you're not gonna let me do it, I guess we just
一気に行こ
go in
う一気に行こ
始めるわよ私が一番
う次は俺だそこだ
and going all the way back to fucking 30k.
平気だ。手数で攻めるか。
Disgusting piece of shit.
手数で攻めるか。
始めるわよ
俺に続け。
続くねまだまだそれいっけー
これも受け取れそこだ
よしやるよ
よし、行くぞ。
まずは私続くね
合わせる。
それいっけー崩した助かっちゃいました
このまま押し切るはあ攻め時だ
焼き尽くしてあげるいくよベルベルさん頼りになりますね
この力、使いこなしてみせる。答えろ。死んだ万象の翼。俺はもう負けない。相手が悪かったな。
力が湧いてくる一気に行こう
始めよ
切り開くた
続くね私も
そこだ
そこだいっ 必殺技アインジェルガング。よし決まった。今なら何だってできそうね。
Now we don't have that.
攻めるよ。とびっきりの魔法よ。結構きついよ。
さっさと倒れろ。食らえ。
ここが私の見せ場。いくよ。いや締めは私を本気にさせたわね。とっておきを見せてあげる。空よ落ちてきなさい。これが魔法使いの全力よ。どう？すごいでしょ。
早く蹴りをつけるぞ。手数で攻めるか。手数で攻めるか。
やるぞ。
俺に続け。
次は俺だ。
とにかくバーンと。いくよ。いやおいしいとこほーらいい。いくよ。
ここで決める。守護者の誇り見せてやる。はあ、この力は未来を守るために貫け。負けられないんだ。
Oh, fuck off.
完全に目覚めた。
今が攻め時だ。
Are you serious?
力を貸してくれ。
白竜なんて影も形もないじゃない。
I've never been to this mode. Oh,
俺たちがすべきことは変わらない。ここで何としてでも苦しはを
I
打
never
つ。
got to this phase. I foolishly thought maybe we could be done with this shit.
よし。ここは思いっきり食らっちゃえ。
Once this crazy shit ends with that, still 42,000.
いくよ。
We're not hitting him.
これも受け取れ。
Still 42,000. I mean, if 42,000 damage wasn't enough, I am. Man, I just want the game over. Why can't I just have credits?
ア
Fuck.
インジェルガング。
I hate it.
よし決まった。体がだるい。よし。やっほらもう一発。
このまま押し切る。
That's saying 38, but that's saying 42. I don't get it.
思いっきり跳ねちゃっちゃおう。いくよ。いや締めは私を本気にさせたわね。とっておきを見せてあげる。ほらよ落ちてきなさい。
Now 41 is
これが魔法使いの戦力よ。どう？すごいでしょ。
守りは任せてくれ。
really.
攻めるぞ。前に出る。
We lose.
せいやは
どっちが上か教えてあ
See,
げ
we're
る。
back down to 1. Because that's the cost. You use everything, it's every last burn. You have no energy now, so you have to be blown all the way back down to 1. And we can't do that when he's gonna fuck us in response. So, this is bullshit. I hate it, and the amount of grinding one would need to do to get anywhere with it is way more than it's worth.
攻めるよ。
I just want to be done with the game. They're like, hey, I'm finished. Instead, it's like, oh, here's some incredibly overpowered bullshit that you have to get through and has multiple phases. And all that. It's not fun. I hate that. I hate all. You just lose.
任せて。もう大丈夫だよ。
Unless this is like scripted and we can just win it because he's nothing anymore. We're down.
前に出る。
If he's actually still gonna continue after having done what we've done,
この一撃でそこだ。
痛くないよ。
seriously gonna just continue? You're seriously just gonna fucking continue. And now you have this spectral thing, whatever the fuck.
攻めるよ。攻めるよ。
I hate it. I just want it to be over. It just refuses to be
守りは
over.
任せてくれ。攻めるぞ。
I'm done. After this, I'm done. Just gonna be like Octopath Traveler.
攻め
I'm
るぞ。
done because the final boss is so fucking stupid, as per usual.
行くぞ。やっそこだ。
逃げたりしないよ。突撃。
That was the title of my ever stream the other day because I hate final bosses.
これで覚悟しなさい。一気に
Unless it's like for fuck's sake, we can't even bring her back. That is so dumb.
一気に行くわ。
You can't bring her back and she's got no way to cure her. We don't have a way to cure her ailments, so we don't have access to our healer anymore. We don't have access to our healer.
ほらとりゃ
使えるものは使うから
We can't cure her. We're
慎
dead.
重に動かないとな。一気に行こう。 一気に行こう。
We can't bring. We can't bring. We can't bring. What's her name? Torture back. Can't bring Torture.
一気に行こう。
You can't bring Todrick back. I despise fun. I know I keep a broken record, but like, seriously? This is not fun. This is BS. I'm so dumb. Oh, look, we died. Finally, he's back. Probably dead because what is this shit? We're dead. We're dead. Oh great, she's paralyzed. Doesn't get to use her now. Yeah, we're dead. We're dead. You're super fucking dead.
ぞ
私が一番。
合わせる。行くぞ。はっいや
緊張してきた。いきます。癒しの力です。よし、頑張ろう。
ありがとう。
頑張よ。
これも嫌え。この
よし。いくよ。みんなを守るよ。慎重に行こう。ありがとう。私も行きます。
力がみなぎってきた。
Zero on. See, the problem is, it's not like Fire Emblem. I can go into the menu and understand what these things mean. But I think the 0% is raged, so like he can be taunted. I don't know what that bottom right 50% is, and I think the top right, top left 50% is blindness. So. I also don't understand why we have 28,000 health here, but 41,000 health up there. That also doesn't make any sense.
仕留める。仕留める。捕らえた。神の刃で。
Yeah, this game is full of nonsense. I'm gonna try and keep our health as healthy as possible. Try to get to another. This thing is going on bloody forever. It's so obnoxious. Who knows when I'm supposed to defend? So I'm just gonna pull it. I'm gonna try and get to 5 again and blow up and see if we can get something. Blah, 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 blah. Why are we taking one red? Don't want to do that. I just have to take this. Like, oh.
Why do we have to take all these reds?
息を合わせてそう
隙を見せたらここ
逃がさないからそこだ
Get our turn.
仕留める光の刃で
逃がさないからそこだ私も行きます頭がぐるぐるする皆さんお願いしますここで決めちゃおう
He's stunned. Well, maybe in that case.
ここで決めちゃおう
No, no, no.
ここで決めちゃおう
Can dive to clear out the fucking negatives. This will bring her to get the critical already.
やるぞ
ちめちゃんおいで
Let's see if we can take out this 17,000.
次は俺だ
Maybe. But it does still cure us. You see that our reds are gone. Big deal.
みんなの力今のチャンス
Yeah, that's fine. But I think he has 2 health bars. We'll just have to like, if he gets half as strong as he is right now, with that final bar, then we can just grind it out.
つく暇はないぞ。はあ。
とにかくバーッと。いくよ。締めは私を本気にさせたわね。とっておきを見せてあげる。空よ、落ちてきなさい。
I don't know what the no effect is, for his burn or something. Something to do, but the damage is cool. That deals with whatever that is. So now, it's just whatever is left.
この勢いがあれば前に出る。正面突破だ。そこだ。
や 焼き尽くしてあげる
Unfortunately, we don't have any meter left to survive our thing to go on much longer. We did what I wanted to do with it. So, I guess it's good.
よしよし
Because I don't think he's going to be as strong to do
油
whatever
断
his
してる
turn
と
is.
危ないわよいく
So
よ
I don't care what his turn is.
息をつく暇はないぞ。
ここで大技さあここからが見どころ最強の必殺技アインジェルガン
Like, I just hope that he's really just out.
決まった
Like, he just doesn't have anything.
ガンガン行くわよ
You can super now.
攻めるよとびっきりの魔法よ
Takes a load of damage.
結構きついよ
息をつく暇はないぞ。
思いっきり派手にやっちゃおういくよ締めは私を本気にさせたわねとっておきを見せてあげ
The
る
idea is we,
空よ落ちてきなさい
don't really care what he does because he shouldn't be able to do much left.
全力よ
We grind again to another fucking 5 bar and then we
すごいでし
reload.
ょ
Why is there
再生したみたいですもう一度狙いま
Because
し
if
ょう
that's all he's... That's all he's got. And he's not got much left. One would hope.
よし それそこだ
We're gonna have to grind back up.
攻めるぞ。行くぞ。逃がすか。そこだ。
いいんだよ
Like, hopefully we can just... Why is he getting more turns? Why is he getting more and more turns? Why is he getting more turns? He should only have had 2 turns. He should have only had 2 turns. What is this? We still have elixir and shit.
私が
Like, why is he getting so many more turns?
下がってろ
Oh, what the fuck?
これ以上やらせないから
Why is he getting so many more turns?
チリ頭がぐるぐるする
言葉にできない思いが瞳から静かにこぼれ落ちた
Like, I don't like how many turns he does there. That's what it's doing.
希望ならこの痛みを消せるのか歪曲に滲む歩んできた奇跡に手を伸ばしとい
I can't.
何も失いたくない
任せてくださいこれが効くはず
守り抜く。
任せといてみんなを守るよ慎重に行こうありがとうございます
調子が出ないな
深い悲しみに打ちひしがれながら
We need more attacks to gain back the leader because we get 4 attacks with basic attack. Like if that's all that happens, I don't care. You can just grind that out. These negatives are annoying, but that's all they are. We just grind our way back up.
任せてください。
As long as he doesn't get a million turns again. Then I don't really care. You can't do it. You basically can't do anything. So as long as this continues, we can't do anything. That. Eventually I'll get my shit back up. We heal all the other ones that are injured. Back up to full. That's the only thing that matters. As long as he doesn't fuck something stupid. And he keeps getting turns? What is this? Why are you getting turns more and more? Oh, what is this? It's this amount of fucking turns that is the problem.
任せろ。世話が焼けるな。
But, that's why we do this thing so long. I'm trying to play the long game.
華麗な連携のチャンス。任せて。今が使い時。まだ戦えるよ。私だってできるもん。
You stop getting the big hits down. Like this doesn't need it.
息を合わせて動きましょう。任せてください。レディースとですよ。
You know?
よし、頑張ろう。
He might have a desperate attack. He might do. I don't know what's. Hopefully he doesn't. If I have a fucking red in my way, I'm gonna have to interrupt him. I'm gonna have to interrupt him. And maybe we can just blow him out. Also, I don't understand. I have to kill the 39,000 again as like a shield to then. Oh my god, is this gonna be a repetitive cycle? It's like a 40,000 shield that gets recovered and then goes again. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Use an interrupt so that we can just give this garbage effect to this guy. Well, now we have this nonsense problem whereby we're trying to get caught. But that's fine. Whatever.
思いっきり戦えるよ。よし。
I feel like we have to break that, and then we have a limited amount of time to actually attack him. That's so hard. It's like he has 40,000 armor.
隙を見せたな。
ありがとう。
Yeah, now we're getting fucking paralysis in dark.
道具が役に立つかも。
I can't do much about it. Might be able to cure this stuff. Yeah, that's what it is. This is disgusting. Oh, this is so fucking tedious. Holy shit, man, this is so tedious. He himself has 29,000, but he has a shield that keeps regenerating for 4. Really?
遠慮なくやらせてもらう。仕留める。捕らえた。どうだ。食らえ。
I pressed the button. Press the button. Are we in trouble? I pressed the button to defend. I get this fucking button. Are you serious? Fucking serious?
無茶しすぎだ。俺の後ろに。
受け取れ。
助かんだ。
調子悪い。一気に行くわ。
Man, this is so bad. I really shouldn't. I thought the elixir would be better. I was wrong.
続けていくぞ。
I'm so bad. This fight is so stupidly long. I am absolutely not doing it. You even win all the games. But I am not doing it. You can say goodbye to that. Really? I have to take that stupid thing? I have to take that stupid thing. No, feels and shit. Then we have these fucking red ailments that I can't do anything about. I'm so done with this bullshit. I give it one college try. If it doesn't work out, give it one fucking college try. If it doesn't work out, it is over. I mean, I understand this a little better. In the sense that there's no point doing what I did last time and breaking the 40k thinking it was going to go on forever. This gets me something. Which is really stupid. Let's just go. Go here and here and that shit. But I don't know if it's well. Like what we wanted. Really? Really? Taking huge amounts of damage. we have to have that first bit low health and then gun in for him.
攻めるよ
So you can't just bust this out.
よ
We're in trouble.
し一気に行くわ
We're running out of heals.
やる切り開く
確かに
まだまだ
警官して攻めるか
やっちゃおう
俺に続け
ありがとね続くねてやーはいおまけ調子バッチリ
Like, you want to get the first thing low and then try to break through the second thing as
行き
well.
ますエリスとダメですよよし頑張ろうはいおまけすごかったよさくら
How is this, my friend?
私も行きます
So enough.
今ならすごいことよし
Let's have a million dudes. Never end. Started.
私だってできるもん
I don't
はいおまけ一斉攻撃の準備できました任せてくださいエリスとダメですよよし頑張ろうこれも受け取りなさい割り込んじゃうのさくら
Yeah, we want to get that low and then go in on him and try to kill him. Take him. So we don't want to use our shit yet.
やあ飛んでけ
Prep him and try and take him.
すごかったよさくらこれもおまけです
But now that I know what this bloody fight actually entails, there is absolutely no desire I have to endure this rubbish any longer.
あれそこだ私だってできるもん
If I have to, I mean, I want to try. I don't have to do anything. But would you like to be able to beat the game?
よし攻めるよやあこんなどうよ割り込んじゃうのさくら息を合わせて動きましょう
I do feel like I need to keep doing
任せてください
even though I'm maybe a little overdoing it. I really want to get her on a map.
ありがとう
Plan is get this thing low, go in on the full body. What are you gonna do? How many of these gonna do? How many of these are you gonna do? How many of these are you gonna do? See what I mean? And the problem here, of course, is because my girl isn't to me. I can't. problem.
今のチャンス。今のチャンス。
Stardust Pine.
よし行くぞ俺に続け。
ありがとうございます。続くね。てや
言葉にできない思いが瞳から静かにこぼれ落ちた
Do I have the healing elixir? Love that.
取っといてよかった。割り込んじゃうの。そこだ。
奇跡に手を伸ばして何も失いたくない命にの意味を映したな私の力です。よし頑張ろう。どんどん攻めよう。今のチャンス。共に選んだ答えは心に掲げたまま
やる切り開く。
ありがとう。続くね。てやー。これもおまけです。
Block. Jesus. Jesus.
諦めないよ。ここで決めちゃおう。
助かんだ合わせる
まだまだ余裕。一気に行くわ。
助かんだ
まだまだ。
俺の力をくれてやる
今のチャンス。
ありがとう
続くね。
続けていくぞ
はいおまけ。
調子が出ない仕留める街道に相まで
これも受け取りなさい。もう一本。
This is crazy how long this takes.
調子悪い。
Regain health since
攻め
last.
るよ。よし。どこにも逃げられないんだから。すごかったよ。そこだ。
続けていくぞ
どんどん攻めよう。 決めた。力をためて思いっきり。
これも嫌え。ここ
いい的見っけ。道具でなんとかします。これを使おう。
Gives her back some mana.
大戦士
一気に仕掛けるぞ。手数で攻めるか。
I need to go pee. I'm gonna hold it again. I'll be right back.
Welcome back to the latest episode of Atelier Ball Z. Like I said, if we don't, this is one and done. If we don't bloody get it here, I'm not doing it again. I think the fight has literally gone on for over a goddamn hour with this goddamn music and everywhere. It's ridiculous. We may very well lose. If we do, that's it. GG. Well, we'll try.
合わせる。
攻め込むなら今よ。よし。攻めるよ。よし。よーく切れるよ。
これも嫌い。この。
痛くないよ。どんどん攻めよ。
We hope that this is gonna run.
決めた。もう怒ったんだから。いやー。攻め込むなら今よ。攻めるよ。よし。燃えちゃったぞい。そこだ。割り込んじゃうの？そこだ。
一気に仕掛けるぞ。仕留める。仕留める。髪の刃で。
割り込んじゃうの？そこだ。逃がさないからね。慎重に行こう。決めた。もう怒ったんだから。いやー。はい、おまけ。
これも嫌い。この。
私の出番だね。今がチャンス。私から行くよ。もうちなちゃんに。いやー。待って。使っちゃった。
慎重に。
We go in now. Or do we try and build some
仕留める。
people?
切り払う。
逃がさないからね。これもおまけです。どっちが上か教えてあげる。よし。てや。ほら。どうよ。すごく冷たいの。やっちゃおう。
続けていくぞ。この。どう動くか。捉えた。ふっ。この。はっ。
これも受け取りなさい。
Because I'm not entirely sure how many, if we regen turns when we use the R3 or not. I've never really known. I think we do.
行くよ。
So I'm trying to buy as much as I can on the ball. But of course that bar is gonna have fucking ailments.
覚悟しなさい。攻めるよ。やあ、飛んでけ。
my butt.
隙を見せたな。
So let's talk about her butt. I don't know why she's talking. I'm not going to use the bar to save him. Hopefully he doesn't get paralysis
しまった。
and loses his fucking turn.
順調に前に出ます
Of course he does.
お願いしますここで決めちゃおうここで決めちゃおうチムちゃんおいで続くね私も
So hopefully when we break his fucking thing, we can buy more turns out of it.
そこだ
Now he's down.
ガンガン行くわよ一気に行くわ
Get some extra turns.
とにかくバーンと行くよ
早く蹴りをつけるぞ。手数で攻めるか。
始めるわよ
俺に続け。
まだまだ修行の集大成行くよ
I'm trying to kill him here before any desperation attack might occur.
結構きついよここが私の見せ場行くよ
Please give me more. Big glacier. Ice glacier. And hopefully you get him whatever the fuck the other thing is.
締めは
Yes.
私を本気にさせたわね
It's good damage.
とっておきを見せてあ
But
げ
of
る
course we don't have more moves.
空よ落ちてきなさいこれが魔法使い
Gotta
の
hope
全
this
力
is
よ
enough.
どうすごいでしょよしこの勢いで行くよチムちゃん行くよせーのダンよしそこだキアリー行くよ私の番ね攻めるよ
Oh my god.
やあほらもう一発この一撃で倒れていきますどんどん攻めよ
Still not getting enough.
うよしせーの
Hopefully this is not paralysis and we get another turn out of this. Or we can just kill him here, that'd be great too. No sleep, no paralysis, just something that poison or whatever.
危ないわよいくよここで大技
Or just kill him here.
ここからが見どころ最強の必殺技
Thank God! It was insane, you know how long that fucking took? This is ridiculous.
決まった
Yeah, duck! Please die. Please be dead. No more. No more. No more. No more. It's over. It is over. Please, for the love of God, it's fucking over. At the very least, give me a save point. But no, it's gotta be fucking over. That's some bullshit. Here come the fairies to be brought back in to restore your life, and this is where you have to use the thing. Yep. The story. Do your deed. You got your whatever prisms, cores, whatever the fuck. Do it now. Don't tell me it's a fucking cut, you know, quick time event. Don't tell me it's a goddamn quick time. Please be done. That fight was ridiculous. Please be done. Nothing stupid. Please be done. That'd be the end of it.
みんな魂の天輪ちゃんと機能してるみたい
I don't know if it's GG's, man, but I hope it is. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. But I don't know. Please be done. I do not want any more. Please be done. Do we have to say goodbye to our friends? You know, the usual situation. Where it's like, oh, it's our beloved friends that we haven't known before this one game. But we're not going to have them in the series now, so we have to say goodbye to them before they get... Like, this happens every couple of times. Did you play Kirby's game? Not to spoil it.
嘘おじいちゃんなの
That's a cute picture. I'm going to say
お
that.
じいちゃんだったの
Don't go! Don't leave me! It's not like it wasn't bloody obvious! Oh! We haven't done the same rhetoric a million times! If there's a special friend that is only for that one game, guess what? They have to go. Oh, please!
私こそ
Well,
もっと早く気づけてたら
I mean, seriously, the Kirby game is the one that brings to mind. But again, I don't want to
町
spoil
の
it.
復興の手伝いもさ
But I don't know how many games do this. It's like, I can't think of others, but I know there's like tons who do
思
this.
いがそうさせていたんだよ
Yeah, I know I'm
頑
talking
張
about
る
it.
孫の姿を見て何も思わない G がいるものかおじいちゃん
Was that the spirit of her
そう
grandpa?
そうリアスわしの店を大
That's
切
a
に
very
してくれて
effeminate voice for
あ
her.
りがとうなおじいちゃん私上手にお店できてるかな素敵なお店になってるかな
Of course she's gonna say yes. Nah, you
と
suck.
てもいい店になってるよさすがはわしの孫だ私ねおじいちゃんが戻ってくるまで絶対にあの店を守るからだから楽しみに待っててよねああもちろんだよわしは今でもリアスと一緒に店をできることを夢見ているからね絶対にやろうね約束だよああ約束だ
Promise!
残念ながら
Pinky swear.
限界のようだよやだやだよ行かないでなーに少しの間なのに
Yeah, when you're dead.
またすぐに会えるようになる
Yeah, I can't wait to die!
そうだよね
Uh-huh, you know what that means, girl.
早くおじいちゃんたちを元に戻してあげるから楽しみにしてるよリアス
Bye-bye!
おじいちゃん
I mean, of course, it's so sad. Always. The loved ones. I dread the day I have to do this again. I really do. They're everything to me. But, you know. Can you not do that right now? I needed that, I guess.
必ず助けよ
I know. I didn't know it was gonna burn like that.
必ず助けるからね。
Oh my god. Well, that broke the immersion. About Charlotte, which is a girl in one of the other games. I know her from. Thank God. Epilogue Bright Future from the other Resleriana. The Resleriana I actually enjoyed a lot more than this one, but hey. I actually liked the Gacha one. I played all the chapters I could before they took it down. I love Atelier. But I played all the way up to the one with. When Resna finds out who wrote the book she loves so much. So after the whole crazy affair, 5 consecutive fights or whatever it was, with Juliana, whatever the hell, crazy girl, near-looking thing. They managed to get through all that. It's insane. It's so difficult. Like 1228 or 1258 or whatever it was. Whichever the fight in like the jungle with that girl is just insanely difficult. But we managed to get through it. I like the characters. I think Rios is adorable. Very cute. I think I like Resna more. But Rios is very cute. She's got a great design to her. And of course, I love the Atelier art style. It's probably my favorite art style of all. But in comparison to other Atelier games I've played, this has been rather weak. In spite of it's still an Atelier game, but I'm glad I did beat it though. I'm glad I ripped the band-aid off. As that site also mentioned for it.
静かなお店はまだ慣れないかな。
無理になれなくてもいいさ。店だって無理に開ける必要はない。
ありがとう。それにしてもこの前までの騒ぎが嘘のようだね。
本当だな。街に平穏が訪れてよかった。
あのね、スレイ。私、もう錬金術師としてやっていけないかもしれない。
そんな弱気になることは。
違うの。言葉ではうまく言い表せないけど、クルシュアが消えてった時にね、感じたんだ。力が自分の中から消えてくのを。もちろんレシピや調合のやり方なんかは覚えてる。でもそういうのじゃなくて、今まで何も考えなくても感じてたことや分かったこと、力の込め方とかが分からなくなって。
なるほどな。おそらくそれらの力も全部クルシュアの加護だったんだろうな。そういえばロゼたちがそろそろ旅立つそうだ。
Everyone's leaving. It's just like Sophie 2 and pretty much every other game.
寂しくなるな。なあ、リアス。ちょっと散歩でもしに行かないか。
うん。そうだね。行こう。
Yay! Walk in the park. Which was not what that boss was. That was anything but a walk in the park. We'll meet again. Till we meet again. Don't know where. Don't know where.
But we do have a little more entourage, whatever the hell you want to call it. Thing. Let's do the deed and finish it today. I never have to come back to this game ever again, thank God. Also, let me do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. So that I never have to come back to this game ever again. I'm not going to lose a save file. I might lose one save file. I'm not going to lose 7. Unless it's the external problem again. But Steam, all my saves were fine. Otherwise
Yeah.
I would have released that.
スレリアスも
お、二人ともあのヒーローだね。いやー、クルシアとの戦いは本当にしんどかったわね。
Thank God! Thank God for Wilbell! Thank you, Wilbell! Because the amount of times, I don't know about you, Dang, but the amount of times, even in this game, where it's not a big deal, but you know, like, we go through one of the most difficult bloody fights imaginable. It's the most obnoxious thing to prepare for. It takes a bloody year to beat. Because the only other really hard fight in this game that I found was actually really difficult, apart from that one, is the Lara and Garon fight in the middle of the game. Chapter 8 or whatever. Maybe chapter 7. Chapter 6. I don't know which chapter, but the point is in the middle of the game. And that was bloody exhausting, and we nearly died at the end because Garon became like this super monster. Because I killed, taken out Lara before defeating Garon, and he was absolutely monstrous. It's almost like Wilbur in Darkest Dungeon or whatever. You know, you kill Wilbur and the other guy just goes absolutely apeshit. Like, I mean, it was really rough. And then after the fight, it's like, oh, that was so easy. I thought there'd be a real struggle, but no, it was the easiest thing ever. Like, the amount of times I get games that tell me a fight was easy when it was the most obnoxiously difficult thing I've ever fucking dealt with kind of deal is crazy. It's so, like, tone deaf and out of place. Like, how the hell... What, you trying to... You know, what are you trying to say to me, game? You disrespecting me because I found that really difficult and you're saying it was a cakewalk? Like, what the fuck? I mean, that's really annoying. But thank God for Wilbell, because she's not doing that. She's actually appropriately saying it was insanely rough. Had many bloody thorns and shit. Well, not as many as it could have, I guess, but thank God it didn't have any more. The stupid 40,000 shield blocking the ability to kill it. Really thought we might not make it, absolutely. I was saying, like, this is my only shot. If we don't make it, we don't make it. I was not confident about making through it at all. This is absolutely on point. Thank you, Wilbell, thank you.
ああ、
Jeez.
それでもなんとかなったのはロゼやビルベルのおかげだ。感謝する。
Thank you, exactly. I can't
俺
thank
は
you
別
either,
に
especially
何もし
after
てない
that.
さ。スレイとリアスが信念を貫いた結果だ。それよりクルシアの件が解決したってことはスレイの目的はひとまず達成されたってことだよな。
Hopefully that means the game is beaten, yeah.
ああ、そんな感じだな。ロゼたちには本当に長い間助けてもらった。
Like I say, I would
それで
personally, though I know
これからどう
it's
するか決
again
まってるのか。
annoying how much resistance pretty much anything I feel and believe. It's why I'm so alienated from society. And if you want to know more about that, watch the beginning first 10-20 minutes of my stream today. I have quite the rant talking about how alienated I feel from public opinion. I always take it with a huge pinch of salt, which is why that whole thing, oh, Expedition 33 must be great, it's loved by so many people. To me, it's just, that is very strong signal that it probably is nothing like what I want. Especially with its art style being all gory and shit. But you know, whatever, we're gonna try doing that probably next. Before I have a few games on my radar I already have. I kind of lost my train of thought. God damn it. My dyspraxia now. But yeah, it was something along the lines of, I love Ryza, and I really hope they go back to it. But the amount of people that don't like Ryza, especially old Atelier fans, it is irksome. It makes me so angry.
Because finally, personally, I feel like with my Portal game in Atelier, Ryza, the goddamn series is finally put on the map. Sorry, all those old has-beens, whatever. Yes, Atelier wasn't worth my time thing, and I have no intention of going to the older ones. Oh, I did try Marie, and I hated it. It's the only Atelier game I've never beaten. If you allow me the opportunity to count the 14 chapters that I beat of the Gacha Resleriana as beating, because we're not allowed to beat it further than that, really, because the thing was taken down for the West, and I don't play the Japanese version. I have to start from scratch. I'm not doing that. You know, like, it's the only game I was like, I don't like this. One of the big things I really hated about the Sophie remake, which is apparently just a Sophie remake, Marine remake. Not Sophie, I'm getting confused. I did beat Sophie too. It was fine. It wasn't my favorite, but it was fine. I really didn't like how many repeated bosses there were, especially considering the last boss was also a torturous nightmare. Possibly more torturous than this one. Yeah, it had to have been, but I was more up for it. Because it didn't. This was like the first real attempt, and it managed to make it through. Whereas, fucking final boss in Sophie 2 took me many attempts to actually get out of the line, because you have 60,000 health and then you have 100,000 health, and she has these phases just like this guy did. But yeah, like, I love Ryza, and I definitely think it's the best Portal. But man, I want the game to go back to Ryza. Not necessarily the Ryza universe, not necessarily Ryza as the MC, but that kind of gameplay and world and game style. I want the Ryza formula back. I'm very not happy with the directions that Gust have been taking the series away. Especially considering they seem to have just dropped Blue Reflection down the drain, which I love. Love Blue Reflection. I love both 1 and 2. They're both amazing. So does Dark Kia, by the way. He watched a little bit of my playthrough. And the music in Blue Reflection is amazing. It's one of my favorite OSTs ever. While I only really like one new tune from Second Light, the tune I like is the main boss theme. I really like Mario. I really like that tune. Mario is really good. Like, when I first heard it, and it was like, oh my god, it's exciting gameplay. I love Blue Reflection and Second Light. They were both a lot of fun. There were some really janky elements to Second Light. Like, I just didn't understand how you're supposed to use some of the break obstacles in the world type items. And I didn't even know if they were working properly or not. But generally speaking, I really enjoyed it. Again, the last fight in that one was misery. And took forever. But I enjoyed it a lot. And I married, because you get to choose your waifu or whatever, Shiho, the cook. She's cute. But I liked a few of them. Arguably the best girl, fighting-wise, I can't remember the goddamn names, but if you know the story, there's like 2 sisters, and there's one which is like, you think she's evil or dark at first, and she's like difficult to get on with, but then she she becomes part of the team or whatever. And her younger sister, who's are trying to help her, that's one of the like stories, because it's almost like a medley of mini stories, that game. That younger sister, really good character for combat. Really strong. I really liked using her. And I also liked using what is the polite term? Homosexual, gay, whatever the fuck. Ginger girl. I can't remember her name. It's not Resna, because obviously Resna is this one. But something like that. She was very useful. And I really enjoy that game a lot. I love all these, Gust games, but I really feel very concerned because, like, what I love, my entire history of games, right, has been a lot of, I love this, it's so great, and now here comes it getting shat on and destroyed and trashed. That, seriously, I feel that a lot. That is very much a recurring theme that I'm misery and upset, and I'm not happy. When I was a kid, when I had my first console was a PlayStation 1. What are the games I loved? I loved Jumping Flash. Jumping Flash was amazing. I loved Gex. I loved Croc. I loved, a lot of 3D platformers. I wasn't really interested in JRPGs when I was young. I also loved Bloody Roar. I also loved racing games like Ridge Racer. All of them are dead. Still, we have fucking Mario 30 years on, Zelda, Final Fantasy, all sorts of trash, and I could not give a fuck for. Metroid even still exists. But the stuff I loved, the fucking posters behind me and around me, look, bloody Banjo-Kazooie poster, Ni no Kuni poster, Crash Bandicoot poster above, as you can see it, Breloom poster, Pokemon's still going on. But all dead. Like, very upsetting. And I don't want to see that happen again. Because it's happened so many goddamn times. I love something, it dies. It's not the popular thing, it's not the popular choice. I always feel alienated by public opinion. I have a lot of history in despising public opinion, in not giving time of day, in a lot of disdain to public opinion. I am honestly astounded and amazed that you and other people don't feel the same way. Because when you say like, oh, it's been popular and public opinion has said that it's so good. Yeah, fuck public opinion. Really fuck public opinion. Because they don't know what's what and they don't know what's good. As far as I'm concerned. And the same is true within the Atelier community. Rise is amazing. Best goddamn series by far in the whole thing. And there's a lot of Atelier fans that don't feel that way. And they just, there we go again. Rise is going to get ruined. And then what do? We go and bloody make fucking Yumi out, which was fun, but it was nowhere near as good. And then we have this, which is an absolute shambles. And it's just like, oh no, we're getting regressed again. We have finally something really cool in Rise that I love, and then they'll fucking ruin it again. That happens all the time. I hate public opinion. Despise it. Because it ruins everything. But yeah. So, I don't know. I love Rise and I hope we go back to it, but my god. I went on a bit of a tangent there, I apologize. Also, I'm dyspraxic, so my train of thought tends to just meander.
これから
リアスはどうなの？え？大丈夫？まだ疲れ取れてないんじゃないの？いつものキレが全然ないよ。
Let me just say one more thing about that. In my opinion, history, one of the greatest lessons ever learned, and I believe some people are aware of it, yet don't seem to apply it, is that if anything is true, it's that social opinion is garbage and has been wrong and wrong and wrong and wrong and wrong and wrong and wrong from one toss to turn to turn to toss to turn to toss of wrong into wrong into wrong into wrong into wrong. If anything is assured and certain, it's how wrong public opinion is. Whether it's being racist, being sexist, being whatever it may be, being anti-Arab in this modern day, being, blah, 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 wrong. Like, it's just, that's the proof there. Like, I mean, history, look at all the suffering, suffragettes and all this sort of shit. Like, look at all the evidence that we have of how fucking wrong people are. All the time. You think they're right now? No, they're shit, they're garbage. Public opinion is rubbish. So, history should be enough to be like the most evident, striking thing is how wrong people are. Like, but, yeah. That's why, while things like Final Fantasy and such are the top most popular, I don't give a fuck. That's rubbish. I never liked it, and that game never ever interested me in JRPGs at all. It took me off them. I was an impressionable young kid. I had a PlayStation 1. I had a demo disc. It showed me Final Fantasy 7. I was like, fuck this shit. I don't want anything to do with JRPGs, and didn't want to have anything to do with JRPGs till I started realizing that games like Pokemon were JRPGs too. And then I played Resonance of Fate and loved the hell out of it. And how many people love that? It's a niche fucking classic, if any. I mean, there's so many people that don't like Resonance of Fate and think the game is a fucking masterpiece.
そうなのよ。それがまかり間違って流体児までやっちゃう始末よ。おかげで大遅刻。大変じゃん。アーシャさん困ってるんじゃ。ごめんね。
ロゼはオートに戻ってどうするんだ？
俺はオート州を中心に元々の目的だった人探しの旅に戻る。 あてもない旅だ。だからこそお前が
Don't reach your final destination. I heard that's a bit of a horror.
俺たちはあと数日ここにいる。
一緒に行くっていうなら歓迎するよ。
Yay!
正
Well
直
done.
私もリアスとお別れするの寂しいしさ。
Aw.
ありがとう。
She's one of the best witch characters I know. I like Willow.
魔物が消えてからまだ数日だっていうのに、
me.
もうこんなに賑やかになってる。
Maybe it's the Jinkane.
人間の生命力のたくましさはすごいな。誰もが一日も早い復興を望んだ結果だろう。
トトリ、クラウディアさんも。
They love that
二
gesture.
人が中心になって
They
竜
do
を
that
倒
all
した
the
と
time in the
トトリさんから聞きました。ありがとうございます。
いや、俺はむしろ援護側だった。そこにいるトトリの方がよほど貢献している。
そんな、私なんて。おかげさまで予定していた商談はほぼ完了しました。
I really like using Tottery
今
in
後は
my
オートク
other
の流通も
Resleriana
盛んになるはずです。
because I didn't pull many characters, and I've always loved Claudia. I always thought she was the best girl in the Rise series because I didn't really like Ryza that much as a character because I found her obnoxious and rude to her friends. Like the way she treated Lent and Tao, especially in the first game, pissed me off. I did not like that. But I really loved Claudia. She was the best girl in the Rise trilogy, so I have a lot of love for her. And at least certainly in the first game. They introduced more characters in the second and third, but I didn't really get enough time to really grow to like her like I did Claudia. Claudia's awesome. And then Toddery I also have a lot of love for because the Atelier Resleriana. When I played the 14 chapters, I got the healing wind-based Tottery, and I made a mage team because I wanted to make a mage team. And then, lo and behold, pretty much every good item I unlock is physical, which is really obnoxious. But whatever. And I used a lot of the basic characters to get through a lot of the game. I used the Shaliastra you get, the Marie you get. I had those two as my main breakers. I used first the Resna, which is fire-based. Then I got the electric Resna. And I had Tottery, and I had the ice-based Rorona. And then eventually I was able to roll for electric summer Claudia. It's very cute and sexy. And replaced Shaliestra. Because she's a breaker too. So I still had two breakers. Because I like having a pair of breakers. I really enjoyed that series. That game. It was really good.
よかった。この街はもっと賑やかになるんだね。楽しみだな。そういうわけで、私たちは商談を終えた
I
ら
love it.
すぐオートに戻って仕事なんです。だから、そっか。リアスさん、スレイさん、私たち
Sure, I'd love to.
世界を回りま
Love
せ
you,
んか？
Tottery. So cute.
あ、
Oh.
楽しそう。でも今のお二人は多分街の復興で手一杯なんじゃないかな。ごめん、遅くなったよ。ごめんなさいね。ハイディの買い物が遅くて遅くて。
What's really awesome as well, voice acting wise, you know, I'm talking about how Sophie's the same voice actor as Narita Bryan. I just saw her name and I forgot already. But Valeria and Heidi are voiced by the same voice actor too, which is pretty awesome. At least that's what I read. That they're the same actress. Like that's damn impressive, especially when you like often have them together. So you have one and then the other, and they sound perfectly genuine and totally different. And it doesn't sound like the same person. Just wasn't able to make distinct characters for each. That's really good.
全部私のせいにするな。こまめに買い食いしよってからに。二人ともよかった、元気そうで。あの日は本当にありがとう。 おかげで町が救われたよ。いいのいいの、そんなかしこまらなくても。困った時はお互い様ってね。クラウディア、だいぶ遅くなっちゃったけど、そろそろ最後の訪問先に行く時間じゃない？そうですね。それじゃあリアスさん、スレイさん、落ち着いたらまた今度遊びに来ますね。
はい、ぜひ。
バイバイ。
リアスさん。
They're so cute.
なんでもないです。
Oh.
また連絡しますね。
Sure thing. It's like you can clearly see she wants to either give something or share something or whatever. It's she's adorable. I love Tottery. She's awesome. Two. Where? Over here?
アルマの体重、なんだか前より元気になってる気がするよ。リアスちゃん。
Resma?
Yay!
リアスちゃん、よかった無事で。渋滞時に送り出してから本当はずっと心配
Probably
で
my
たまらなくて。
favorite MC.
レスナちゃん、
Resna is
ありが
absolutely
とう。で
And
も
then it says
私は
this.
ほら、見ての通り超元気だよ。実
I
は
love making fun of his action.
私たち町の復興のお手伝いをしている真っ最中なんだ。
Arms up for no reason.
そんないいのに、町を守ってくれてたんだ
It's
から。
it reminds me actually that I love them. It reminds me of the celebration that I don't like Haru really because she's so bloody awful to train. But you know, is it Kurin-chan as well? But like Mayana Tapagan, who I use a lot, is just running along and it. Mayana Top Gun is such an interesting character for me because she's a lot of the kind of things that I like,
打ち合わせてる間に勝手に行かないでよ。
and I'm not ashamed to say it, because it's bullshit. What about old don't yuck other people's young? How come it's okay when we're talking about this? Because I know other people are like, she's just a kid. They all are, but at the same time they're also all adult. And I don't judge by age and fucking fictional characters, and they could go a whole down bloody can of worms on that. But whatever. If you want to know, oh, I don't know if I saved it because I had to transition so much. But I saved a small excerpt of about 7-8 minutes, and it was when I was playing Fire Emblem Engage, and the character, the young thief. That's how I feel. And same thing with my own. Anyway, point is, I don't know. My dyspraxia has failed me again. But that arm and waving reminded me of the Mayana run when he finished. When he went. And I've been doing a lot of Mayana. No, she's not the only one. Oh yeah. I really like her, but I wouldn't call her a waifu. She's like a tier below. She'd make a great sister. But like, my waifus in Uma Musume Pretty Derby are like, usually I think of them as Raisha, Metro McQueen, Smart Falcon, which I want to pity in a month. And I hope Smart Falcon also does this. It's adorable. But I don't know if she does. Because I really like that celebration. Oh, for the love of God, it did it again. It's crazy how often that was to happen. It's so annoying. It's also 1 a.m. in my place. Can you stop doing that? Yeah. Anyway, sat on the diamond, eating our curds and whey. Keep this on black.
and I loved Keats on Black before I knew she was good. It's just the first time I was like loaning in her card or whatever, I guess, and I saw her first little cutscene with Tokai Tayo, who at first I didn't actually like, but I grew to enjoy a lot more. And yeah, I guess the anime had something to do with that. Although I haven't even gone through season 2 yet. But I used to think the voice of Tokai Tayo is so bad, and then like I don't know, I changed my mind completely, and I actually really like what Machiko did. She's got a great voice. But at first I was like, what is this voice? Anyway, yeah, so Raishar, Medrin McLean, Kiss on Black, Satana Diamond, I like them both. I didn't know they were so close, by the way. But, you know, the anime gives some of that away. Smart Falcon. Those tend to be my Oshis. Those are like ones I really want to like make lots of teams with. But then Mayano is like just underneath that. Like I really like them. I love Cute. I have no problem saying I love Cute. And those are all cute. Kurin-chan thinks she's cute. She's okay. I really don't like the art style of the whole bloody makeup thing. Ugh. I'm really not a fan of. And not that I want to be. I'm thankfully not like I've heard some absolutely horrid, especially regarding what's her name. Pocket or whatever. Pokemon. Remember that whole horrid abuse she was getting because she showed a picture of her without makeup? I mean, makeup is great, and a lot of girls are amazing with it, and allow themselves to upgrade their features, and you can do whatever you want. Of course you can. You can do absolutely whatever you want. It's your body, you do whatever you want. But, here's the big one here, that I don't think enough people really appreciate, and I think is really unfair if you don't. You're allowed to do what you want. I'm also allowed to like it or not. And vice versa. If, you know, girls would rather I was emo or whatever the fuck, or some extra kind of like tomahawk, I don't know, anything crazy, because I'm very like bland. That's their choice. They should be allowed to like what they like in a guy. I should be able to like what I like in a girl. They should be allowed to, you know, do themselves up however they feel they want to be, and so should I. I think there's a lot, and it's good that people are like, you know, you should be able to use your body how you wish. I don't think there's enough of you should be allowed to, without prejudice or hate against you for it, like or dislike it. I don't think there's enough of that. I think the society doesn't really value that as highly as I would. Because it's still taste at the end of the day, you know, on both sides. And it should be respected, whether it's yourself or somebody else. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of like overly makeup. I'm once makeup and nail polish become something that doesn't look natural, I don't like it. I really don't. It puts me off. It makes me sick. It makes me nauseous. I don't like it. Really don't like it. So this whole like Tosin Jordan's a really cool character, but she's fucking nail shit. Like I can't stand it. I really don't. Gyaru or whatever it's called. And I felt that way about the Kurin-chan card because of the makeup and shit. I don't want to see that. I don't like it. Granted, I'm sure makeup is great and helps enhance looks really well. I'm sure I take it as read because I don't do it obviously myself, but like I have put on makeup once, but only because it was put on me because I was in acting school. And they wanted everyone, men and women, to have makeup on them because that's what you do in special effects, in every sort of like acting environment. I did do acting for a couple years. I did get grade 4 in Lambda in a test. Annually we had a test. And I was actually able to get it with honors, which is nice. Or was it honors or was distinction? No, I think I got it with distinction. I got the middle tier because there's like pass, then distinction, then honors. I got the distinction. That's what I got. And still, it was really good. I had to recite like a whole passage. But anyway, drifting off as I do, meandering off topic. Yeah, really not a fan of that. Really, so like Corinne-chan, she does too much of that for me. But whatever. I really like cute. I will always like cute, and I don't want anybody giving me shtick or garbage about, you know, liking cute. Because he really pisses me off. Wait, are you helping illustration too, Sakura?
この町のためにできることをしようって決めて、少しでもリアスちゃんのために役に
I
立
also
ちた
see
いな。
that similarly, equivalently. If someone is financially poor, do you go up to them and go, "Ha! You loser! You have no money, blah, blah, blah." No. If someone is in a wheelchair, do you laugh at about how they're physically disabled? No. Do you, not unless you're crazy and, very rude and unpleasant. Right? But for some reason, it seems like it's fair game to do that around social poverty. That also irks me a lot. All of a sudden, it's fair game to be like, you're alone. Yeah, I don't want to be alone. I'd love to not be alone. But do you think life is easy, me fucking being alone, or I've been being alone? You think that's fucking easy? Why do you think that you have the entitlement, ex-person, whatever, to laugh at that? What the fuck is wrong with it? It's just the same as if you went up to a wheelchair person and went, "Ha! You're physically disabled! Ha ha!" Why do people feel like that's okay? I don't understand it. It really puts me off. I just don't get it. But, you get that. And it's similar to the whole, like, oh, you like this? You like cute? Yes, I do. What's your problem?
Sorry.
Grow up and blah, blah, blah.
それはそうと
Rezu's incredible. And the whole Atelier series.
リアスちゃんの件が一段落したなら、私のアトリエに遊びに来ない
Yeah! I also am really not a fan of
レス
chokers.
ナちゃんのアトリエ
Because again, I'm squeamish. And I do think of The Wolf Among Us when I see chokers. Like, why would you want to put a fucking ring around your neck? Especially squeamish. Especially when I'm like looking at horror, I'll often like grab my neck because I'm like so protective over it. I hate all of that.
レスナちゃん、またリアスと錬金術の話がしたくて仕方ないって感じだったもんね。
おい君たち、急いで急いで。
あ、はーい、今行きます。ごめんねリアスちゃん、また改めてお店に行くね。リアスちゃん、スレイさん、さっきレスナちゃんも言いかけてたけど、私もこれからも2人と一緒に冒険できたら嬉しいなって思ってる
This
よ。
is a vault. It's gotta be, right?
私ね、本格的に極夜の錬金塔を追いかけようと思ってるんだ。
錬金塔って
Vaults is really good. It's a really good form.
私、リアスちゃんと出会う前から錬金塔が起こす事件を阻止するために旅をしてたの。でも錬金塔はすごく強力な錬金術の使い手だから、リアスちゃんたちがいてくれたら心強いなって思ってる。
Renkinjutsu, but I can't pronounce it.
私ごめん、私も行かなくちゃ。またお話ししに行くね。
More adventures! Except no more final bosses because I'm sick of them.
What else?
どこに行こうかな。
Who else? I have to use this map? No, that's not what I want. There we go. Oh, the sister. And what's his face? Randolph or whatever?
クラウディアさんとの商談お願いね。
もちろんです。せっかくここまでこぎつけたのですから、この機会を不意にはできません。
Because you know, I was watching
リアス、
someone I like
あなた
watching.
体はもう
watching
大
for
丈
a
夫
while.
なの？
They're playing
大丈夫
Muslims.
だってもうね
And they have a friend. And their friend was going on about how, oh, Mayana, she shouldn't be like, blah, blah, blah. Let me turn off.
でも本当に元気になってよかった。
It's still in the back of my head.
カミラさんに申し訳ない。
You know?
君たちが危険を冒して頑張ってくれたおかげで今の平和がある。改めて礼を言おう。ありがとう。
いえ、そんな。俺は自分のためにやっていただけですから。
たとえそうだとしても君たちのおかげということに変わりはない。さて、ここから先は我々が頑張る番だな。
そのことなんですが、俺たちはもうたくさん休ませてもらったんで、今日から町の復興を手伝いますよ。
そうそう、今日はそのことを言いに来たんだ。早速だけど今何か困ってることない？ダメダメ、まだ十分に回復してないでしょ。もう少しゆっくり休んでなさい。
私も同意見だ。休める時にしっかり休むのも大事だぞ。
おや、先客が。
Well, you use interrupts too?
スレイ
You've
キ
been fighting
リ
and
アス
using interrupt?
元気になったか。
この通り、もうピンピンしてるよ。
よかった。本当によかったよ。
ハイターさんは今いろいろな町を何度も行き来して取引の交渉や人材の確保をしてくれているのよ。今度はクラウディアさんと一緒にオートに向かい、鉱山の再開や流通の話をしてきてくれるの。
彼なしではこの町はもはや回らないだろ
う。いろいろありましたけど、俺はハイターさんに感謝しています。俺をずっと励まし続けてくれたから。
私もだよ、おじさん。忙しいと思うけど、またお店に遊びに来てよね。
ありがとう二人とも。私の方こそいろいろすまなかった。
ハイターさんとの打ち合わせもあるでしょうし、俺たちはそろそろ行きます。
ええ、二人ともいろいろありがとう。ねえ、リアス。ずっとこの町にいるのよね。
Are you? Sister's going to demand from you, really?
もちろんだよ、姉さん。
For the love of God, do not feel imprisoned by your sister.
ねえ、スライ。
What is that?
アトリエに行ってみない？
ああ、
I mean, your sister's been fine, but that's really not.
そういえばエルはどう
I
して
don't
いる
think
んだろ
that's
うか。
appropriate. You shouldn't be trying to control her younger sister's life. But whatever. Maybe more of that in the future. Not that there's much in this game left. Why are we going all the way to Valmont? What do we need the Atelier? The Atelier to see Elbel? But we can't just teleport? Ugh. Whatever. It doesn't matter, every single thing. What? There's no enemies here. I mean, they're just natural creatures. Wouldn't they still be here? Or like they were, you know, manifestations of Kirsch's power or something. Like they sometimes are in games. Like, I guess, Heartless can be and things like that. They're not like that. They're just natural, you know, bats and shit. Is there gonna be some nasty surprise waiting for us? Is that why we have to go through the suspenseful, like, preamble? Or we just reminiscing how we met? Because Resna, sorry,
ねえねえ、
Rias
覚えてる？私たちが初めて出会った時のこと。
Slade first met, yeah, which is nice.
ああ、
忘れるわけがない。あの時は
How
最悪
dare
の
you!
貧乏くじを引いたって思ったよ。
それひどくない？
今だから言うが、あの時の俺は俺の旅に誰も巻き込みたくなかった。
You're the one to try and come to a rescue. You didn't need to.
だから
But
お
I
前
guess
を追
your
い払うのは無理だと悟った時、
intuition.
万一の時は俺が身を挺して守ると決めて同意したんだ。
そうだったんだ。ありがとね、スレイ。それでも私を連れて行ってくれて。
まあ結果的に後悔はしてないけどな。あの時お前を連れて行って本当に良かったと思ってる。
A funny syllable for me to hear. Because since I've been learning little bits of Arabic, ma actually means two different things depending on how you say it. It might be inflection. And they're spelled slightly differently. But it either means water or it means what? Pretty sure.
私も今だから言うけどさ、あの時私運命の出会いって言ってたじゃん。あれなんとしてもついてかなくちゃって思いで口から出まかせで言ってたんだよね。でもね、今は
I'm
違う
considering
よ。
this place is pretty damn.
今は本当に運命の出会いだったと思ってるもん。
ああ、俺も同じ気持ちだ。
ねえスレイ、私スレイに出会えて本当によかった。
Yeah.
Alright, now to see El Bell, presumably. A lot of games like to do, especially AI summoning process.
静かだね。
This whole like epilogue stuff,
そうだな。
where you have to meet everyone again at the end that you traveled through in the
今
journey
まで本当にありがとうね。
to say goodbye and whatnot.
あなたが頑張ってくれたおかげでハルフェンの街はとっても平和になったんだよ。今はゆっくり休んでね。もう少ししたら必ず。必ず私がまた起こしに来るから。
She's still talking to Slade, right?
リアス、
私はやっぱり諦められない。確かに力は失ったけど、
That's what I was hoping for earlier when I said
今
like
ま
the
でが
training
特
wheels.
別だっただけなんだよ。
I think I said training wheels, maybe I didn't. But when she was on the roof, right? When she was on the roof and she first talks about how she had lost her powers, I was basically either thinking or saying something along the lines of, you know, like they'll probably be just, you know, now you have to learn how it is without it and stuff like that. And you know, the time she spent with those powers help guide her to learn how to live without it.
ここからが本当の始まりなんだ。私は今最初の一歩を踏み出すんだよ。
There's a
やっと戻ってきた。って二人とも来てたのかい。おかえり。
everyone loves stretching their arms. Might be good exercise.
さーて、気合い入れて続きをやりますか。確か2段目の8冊目から持っていく本は。
エル、まさかその本持っていくのか。
ああ、もちろんさ。ここにある本は世界的に見ても特級の文献ばかりだ。こんなところに埋もれていてはこの本たちも惨めで不憫な思いをし続けるだけなんだ。
Well, I don't think they're sentient.
でも勝手に持ってったらダメだよ。
She just said something.
ちゃんとカミラとランドルフには許可をもらってる。もちろん解読したら内容を教える約束でね。
But you're gonna keep some secrets for yourself or some shit?
とそうだ。君に会ったら聞こうと思ってたんだ。次はいつ旅立つんだい？あとどこへ行く？それによって荷造りをしようと思うんだけど。
Well, after the sister said, "You're staying here, you're grounded," and he said that he wants to protect her. Yeah, about that.
ああ、そうだな。それじゃあ、
Uh-huh.
いや、すまない。そうだ。ここが君の故郷だった。
Mm.
僕としたことがうっかりしていたよ。
I'm sorry, Al. It's just like he's kind of like torn in between.
エル。
スレイ、今まで本当に楽しか
You're
った
gonna
よ。
be leaving on your own, huh?
随分と恥ずかしいことを言わされた時もあったように思うけどね。
Huh?
でも、その言葉そのものに偽りはないよ。なに、物理的に離れるくらい離れたうちには入らないさ。
Aw.
おい、エル。
ああ、しまった。僕としたことがうっかり忘れ物をしてしまった。せっかく来てくれたのにすまない。とんでもないものを忘れてきたようだから、ちょっと取りに行ってくるよ。
I'm sorry, Al. Be careful, you might lose her.
いいの？
ああ、心配はいらないさ。
Anyway, where else do we need to go?
どこへ行くんだ？
Back to Huff. Oh, and we can't even tell. Oh, can we
ど
teleport?
こに行こうかな。
We can't teleport. My God.
何や？いろいろ回ってたら夜になっちゃったね。
Because we couldn't teleport to the atelier, but we can teleport back. That is weird. I guess because then we might have skipped the important cutscene when they were outside the atelier, but whatever. Just tell me that's where you need me to go next, and then I can get my own way there. But okay, whatever.
そうだな。家に帰って飯にしよう。
Shit. Why can't I remember things better when it's not in front of me? It's so annoying. Andini Ashet. What Andini Ashet? But then the Let's Head Home is like Let's Return, and I should know that, but I can't remember. Oh.
みんなそれぞれ
Everyone's silent
自分の
and
道
then
を
head down
進み
the
始めて
corridor.
いる。レスナちゃんを通じてみんな仲間になって、みんなで協力していろんなことをやったりもしているけど、でもみんなそれぞれ別の目的がある。一人一人に自分の人生があって、それを大切にしてる。姉さんもランドルフもエルもおじさんも自分のやるべきことに信念を持って情熱を注いでる。私はどうなんだろう。
You're being imprisoned by your sister.
ただいまー。
Emotionally blackmailed into staying here when you don't necessarily want to. Which is, I
明
don't
日
think it's
から
very
お
good.
店開けようか。
無理するな。
無理してないよ。むしろ開けたいんだ。
そうか。じゃあやるか。
Thanks. I think we've beaten the game already.
Dazed character. I did it daze quite a few of my opponents, like enemies.
私はこれからどうすれば。
Uh-huh.
大丈
Totally.
夫だって。私の勘が信じられないの？やっぱり気配ないよ。
誰だろう。
Aisha? No, Sophie.
どうしたの？
And Will.
来ちゃった。こんな夜遅くに？そこは私が何度も諭したんですけど。
ね？ちゃんと出てきたでしょ？
No.
とにかく奥へ上がって。でも本当に急にどうしたの？ですね、昼間リアスさんと会った時になんか元気ないなって気になってたんです。それでその後たまたま3人で会う機会があって、その時に3人とも同じでリアスちゃんが心配だって。
そこでこの私が善は急げって言ってさ夜にリアスのとこ行こうって提案したわけ。
リアスさん、もし何か悩んでることがあるならぜひお話ししてください。何でも言ってね。みんな、私さ、みんなに言わなくちゃいけないことがあって、実は私もう錬金術
Well,
師じゃない
certainly
んだ。
not
カ
an
ルシアが
alchemist.
いなくなって力がなくなっちゃって、アトリエも装置も使えなくなったし、錬金術でこの町の力になりたかった。妖精になった家族を取り戻したかった。みんなとだって旅してみたかった。今まで助けてもらった分力になりたかった。みんなの助けになりたい
Mid.
けど家族も取り戻したくて、ハルフェンも好き、ずっとこの町にいたい。いろんなことが絡まっちゃって、何をとっても何かがダメ
Suffer
で、
min entum.
そもそも力だってもう何
Urid
も
and
なくて。
suffer min entum.
なんだかリアスさんの話を聞いていたら、私
Ustemia.
昔のことを思い出しちゃいました。
私も。
やっぱり
It's so much harder to remember. Like when I've been doing the exercises, I'm just rattling them off.
みんなの
And now when I'm like trying to use it now, so much of it just
今のリアスさんみたいに自分
It's so
の
annoying.
お母さんにどうしようもなくなった時がありました。
Alan.
お母さんを探してた時、自分で解決しなくちゃって気持ちが強すぎて、どんどん
When
泥沼にはまっていって、お母さんは立派な冒険者なのに、私はどうしてってそう思って立ち上がれなくなった時があ
لا من
ったんです。
الممكن.
けど親友のミミちゃんや周りのみんなが
Well, there's so
支え
many
てくれて、
lads.
希望をたくさんもらって、結局お母さんは自分で帰ってきちゃったんですけど、みんながいたから私
Esdekar.
は諦めないで
Like,
頑
you
張
know
ったんです。
Sadiq? The name
いい
Sadiq?
話ね。私まで
You might have heard of
ついてき
Sadiq
ちゃったよ。
Khan.
私も
It's
魔
Arabic.
法使い破門されて
Sadiq
絶
is
体
friend.
絶命の時あったんだ。
Esdekar
時はもう
is
自暴
actually how
自
it
棄で
is.
さ、
Esdekar.
魔法使いやめるって本気で思ってたんだ。でもアーシャが止めてくれた。
But
アー
it's
シャはね、
so
私
Sadiq
が
is
やら
like
ないっ
slowed
て言
down.
ってるのに無理やり魔法使いの課題をやらせるのよ。それだけじゃない。私を破門にした大ババ様のところにも一緒に来てお願いしてくれて
Jed was Jeddah.
嬉しかったわ。
みんな素
Jeddah
敵
is
なお友
grandmother.
達がいるね。
Jed is grandfather.
私にもいるんだ。プラフタ、
Mawalabi.
私の
Oh
師
yeah,
匠
if
で
you ever heard of
大
Madrasa,
切な
like
家族。
um,
プラフタは昔すごい錬金術師だったんだけど、
Kitab is
私と
book.
会った時は本になってて記憶もなかったの。だから
Madrasa is
プ
a
ラフタ
term
の記
used
憶を取り
as
戻
is
すため
Alam
に
in
人
Civ 7.
間に戻そうと
It's
頑
both
張った
actually
けど、
just Arabic.
失敗して怒られて、でもそんな私を支えてくれたのもプラフトだったんだよ。
Sayidani.
ほんと頭上がらないよね。
هل من الممكن أن
いうわけです。
تساعدني؟
リアスちゃん。
Can you help me?
はい。みんながリアスちゃんに何を言いたいかわかる？
I want to say this.
頼れってことよ。私たちはね。もう友達なんだからさ。
That's the car!
一人で抱え込むな。
But I forget what term. So we have a suffix on it.
リアスさん、一人で何でもできる人なんていません。私たちは今では確かに一人前かもしれない。けど最初はみんな誰かに支えてもらってたんだよ。
An error.
でもさ、最終的には自分で決めるんだよ。人に決めてもらった選択なんて何の意味もないし。私の選択。リアスさんが考えてそれで決めたことなら、私たちはどんな答えでも喜んで協力します。
Yay!
だって友達だから。
Friends! Power friendship! Yay! Yay!
私一人じゃなかったんだね。
Why did you think you
あ
were
りがとうみんな。
Arigato.
もう大丈夫。
Mina the whole.
私もう一度ちゃんと考えてみる。もうブレたりしないから。私決めたから、どんなに時間がかかっても必ずみんなを助ける。
I don't know what that means.
父さん、この町は俺が守るよ。だから
She might not know what that means either if she goes.
安らかに眠ってくれ。
People to rescue that she didn't know.
さあ、
Tak
店に戻
tak.
って開店準備をしよ
Yeah, yeah. There's a sentence like هل من الممكن ترتاح هنا يا أبي, which is something along the lines of, well, it wouldn't be هل but من الممكن ترتاح هنا يا أبي, which is you can, I guess. من الممكن it's just a general can, and then it's N, or maybe it's هنا. No, N ترتاح هنا يا أبي. So N ترتاح, you have to have the N in between whatever verb you can do. Almost like how in Spanish, because Spanish is very related. You know, there's like a lot of Arab heritage in Spain. When you do verbs in Spanish, when you do the second and third verb, you have infinitives. So like, puedo hablar a volar, or something like that, is, you know, I can speak to fly. Not that that makes any fucking sense, but you know, like, when you have the second and third verb, it's hablar or hablar a volar, right? So there's an A in between. Similarly, with Arabic, you have an N, which is like just A-N, but it's Aleph. Aleph, basically. Aleph, if you ever heard of Aleph, it's A in Arabic. Aleph, N, and I don't know what the N is called. But من الممكن أن ترتاح يا أبي, or هنا يا أبي, meaning you can, I guess, even though the من الممكن doesn't have any two in it. En tartach, which is to rest, but I guess it's you rest. Tartach, which means nartach, because it's usually a prefix for a different person. Nartach would be we rest. Artach would be I rest. I, urid or uchib, all these things. These are all first person. And the ta, much like in Latin and other languages, you know, tu, like Spanish again. T is the prefix for, because like you have prefixes similarly in European languages too. There's a lot of crossover. For the U, for the second declension. Although there's also formalities. And then N, just like nous voulons, whatever, nous sommes, you know. N is very much the letter that is used in we term, like fourth declension. Well, it's the same in Arabic. Nartah as opposed to tartah, as opposed to artah, would be I and you and we and so on. Rest. Huna is here. Hunak is there, here and there. Huna, hunak. With a K on the second. And it's interesting. It's clever. I love Arabic. Not only because I am wrong, but also, you know, it's my heritage. But also because it makes so much sense. There's so many things in Arabic that make fucking sense. Because, like, Indi is I have. Indek is you have. It is known across various verbs that you ends in a K, whereas I ends in an E, like Indi. Indi, Indek. Right? So that makes perfect sense. So then you convert that into here and there. Well, what is here and there? How would you describe someone here and there without using here or there? It's the place where I am versus the place where you are, right? Here, there, where I am, where you are. So it makes sense that it uses the same phraseology as I and you. So Indi and other verbs is Indi, Eindak, Usaidini, help me, Usaidek, and so on. I, you. Well, here, there. Huna, which is like the E, but Hunak. Again with the K at the end because it's there, here, there. I, you. Like, there's a lot of things like that I love about Arabic. Like Bad and Baid. Makes perfect sense. Why? Because Bad is after, whereas Baid is far. Again, logically, it makes perfect sense that how would you describe when something is far? If you have a journey and you have something that's near and then you have something that's far, what is far in relation to near? It comes after what you're doing, right? You're going for this journey, you're going from this place to that, going from A to B. B comes after A. So it makes sense that effectively the word for after is based on, you know, like similarly to far. Like they have a commonality. Because you have bad, like bad, and then you have baid, which is like the accentuated version of bad. So having that commonality between after and far makes a lot of sense because, well, yeah, they're basically the same kind of description in different terms. One in distance or time or whatever, and the other in, like, well, one in time for sure, certain, after, like next, but one in, like, you know, distance. Right? Far, if it's like a far distance. So like there's a lot of things like that I really, really enjoy. So I do enjoy like learning and trying to get to know it more and better, but it's amazing how much I forget when I'm trying to bring it back away from the Duolingo lesson. But yeah. Time to head back and get ready. Oh, like I should know what ready is, but I can't. I should know what ready is in Spanish and Arabic. Olvido. To open, aftah. Not after, aftah. Aftah. Because again, Arabic does have a lot of hard pronunciations. But aftah is I open. Which therefore means taftah is probably you open, and naftah is we open, and so on. Up the shop. Well, la tienda in Spanish. Shop? Can't remember what shop is. Right, izquierda. Or derecha, actually. Izquierda is left. Derecha. Right, I don't know what is in Arabic. Sahih is correct. No, but that's a different kind of right.
準備はいいか？
大丈夫、バッチリだよ。うわー、久しぶりで緊張するな。よーし、それじゃあ今日も元気に宿り木道開店だよ。おはようございます。
I also like, you know, how Japanese has pretty cool commonalities. Like, apparently, gozaimasu is simply a term used to a lot of different things that kind of accentuates it. Because like Vahayo is fine in itself, but maybe it's informal. Vahayo gozaimasu is hello, good morning, or whatever, like formal. And then you got arigato gozaimasu. It's the same gozaimasu.
レスナちゃん、リアスちゃん、スレイさん、私たち今日旅立つことになった
No, Resner, don't go.
今日だからお願い、広場に来て。
What is today?
みんなが二人のことを待ってるから。
I can't believe I can't remember what today is now. Emps is yesterday, but why the hell can't I remember today? El Tox is El Mushmis Elyon? Elyon. I think Elyon is today. So please, Min Fudlik, come to the square. No. Everyone is waiting. Yay! What's that? To deny your sister?
自分の思いで自分の進む道筋を。
Sister is Uht. One of the funniest words in Arabic has to be brother, though.
リアスちゃん、スレイさん、
It's absolutely hilarious.
改めて聞くよ。
It's perfect.
私たちと一緒に
You wouldn't
冒
believe
険の旅に出ない？
it's perfect. Why? Because mother is father is ab, you know, sister is Uht. Brother, if you like are frustrated with your brother, it's like, what kind of noise do you normally make when you're like frustrated with someone? Is brother. So like I heard it, I was like, brother is So like if you're pissed off at your brother, like and that's your brother.
ありがとう、レスナちゃん。みんな。でも、もう少しだけ待ってほしい。私は、この町が一人前になるまでここにいたい。私はこの町で生まれ育って、この町が消えても諦めないで、ここに戻ってきた。私はこの町が好き。姉さんやランドルフやこの町の人たちが大好きなんだ。妖精さんのことも必ず解決してみせる。みんなの協力も嬉しいし、いつかはお願いしたい。
Reading it like that, everyone who's turned into fairies. I don't know, just me, but it makes me wonder, like, if they're referring to slang fairies for gay people, like some sort of like homosexual gas. It's obviously mythical because it's nonsense. It's like turning people gay, turning them into fairies.
でも、それにはまず、私がもっと今回のことをしっかり調べて、いろいろ分かってからお願いしたいんだ。錬金術だってまだ諦めてないよ。だからこそ、もう少しだけ時間が欲しい。この町の復興を手伝って、町を一人前にしてさ、遺跡だって調べまくって、錬金術をもっと深く知って、私の中でいろんなことが落ち着いたら、必ずみんなの元へ行く。約束するよ。
俺もリアスと同じ答えだ。この町を守りたい。父さんが守ってくれたこの町を、今度は俺が。それにリアスと約束してるんだ。
I would love it if Arabic can,
必ず家族を取り戻そうって。
You know, countries that spoke Arabic, people that spoke Arabic started making their own form of anime. I'd love that. I can understand why a lot of Oriental people enjoy picking up anime and help learn about their culture and heritage and languages that they may not necessarily know themselves, but get to kind of like experience through these mediums. It would be awesome for me if, you know, Arabs were allowed to do the same. Sort of thing, but I don't know. Completely different timeline.
だから俺は その時までリアスの隣にいる。
分かったよ、二人とも。
Resna,
だか
you
ら
have weird hair, that
これを
long
受け
ass
取って。
twin tail thing.
これは飴？
Ah,
私のアトリ
teleportation.
エにつながる飴玉。口に入れれば
Yeah,
ここと
I
ア
know
トリエを一瞬で移動できる。必要な時に
because you
自
use it
由
in
に
her,
使
her
っていい
game
から。
when you choose the MC.
きっと錬金術の修練にも役に立つと思うんだ。同じことを言うけど、何かあったらいつでも頼ってきてね。私たちからも何かあるかもしれないし。ありがとう。
ありがとうみんな。
もっともっと勉強して、みんなの力になれるよう
I
になっ
can't
たら
count how many. Drink every time so
た
a
くさん
character
使わ
does
せて
that.
もらうね。
I'm drinking like 1,000
だ
sips.
よ、約束だから。まるで白チュームを見ているかのような時間だった。私がスレイと出会って錬金術を使い始めてから、
Genjutsu.
クルシュワを倒してその力を失うまで、今では何もかもが幻のように感じられる。けれども今でも確実に私の心に刻まれているものがある。それはその間にできたかけがえのない友達とたくさんの絆、そして苦楽を共にした思い出の数々。全てのものが移ろい消えていくこの世界で、決して消えることがないもの、それが思いと絆なんだと思う。どんなに遠く離れていても決して途切れることはなく、心の中に灯る温かな光の源。
Sachin is
今
one.
日もその明かりに照らされながら、私は精一杯生きていくんだ。
Yay.
There it is, credits.
We did it! We're done. For 5.5 goddamn hours. This is not how long I usually go on for, but it depends. Sometimes I can go on for 10 occasionally. Hina Tachibana. Tachibana, same surname as the tragic character in Yakuza 0. Tachibana. I didn't see it, but presumably they showed Sophie's name. And you can look up that actress and she is Marie Brown. I don't know if any other Musume have done Atelier Resleriana. I'm already ready for Sagittaria. And technically Capricorn, and I know what I'm doing for Aquarius. Which is everything before that. I do love Musume, but it is a fucking tool. It does treat me like shit. But I love it. Annoying, like, wickedness. All my luck is kind of trash. I do occasionally get nice things, but oh shit, my luck is so bad. And when I watch other people and think, how dare you fucking complain? Because I don't want to hear a goddamn complaint from anyone. Every goddamn streamer I've ever watched is luckier than me. It drives me mad. What do you mean? Red League, open, poor league. Still open a ton of fucking SSRs. You know how many SSRs I opened when I had 100 pulls from Riku? One. It was a Riku. You know how many Kita-sans I saw in my first 400 pulls? 0. And then I had these fucking... I did open 2 Kita-san in the last 200, and then I was able to use 3 pities, because
I was smart enough to save 90k for 3 pitties and get her an MLB. So I did get her MLB, and I do have 3 LB. I did open 4. Open with myself, so I have 3 LB and use that. I got 2 Bicos that I wasn't expecting, and then I was like, you know what? We're going to get more crystals. I want to make use of these crystals now, because you know one thing that people don't seem to tell you? The crystals are being wasted every day you don't use them. Yes, they're important. Yes, save them frame, but if you're smart and plan ahead, and I like to think I am. Sorry. I don't mean to be big-headed. I'm well aware of how many crystals I'll be getting before I want to use them again. And that's 2 more. Because we have 2 more crystals after the one we have. By the time the banners I already have planned later in the year will be out. Which are some Marazetsky and Fine Motion, and then Super Creek and Mr. Super. I plan to put 90k on because I personally believe 90k is what we need for a film. Which I was right in my calculation to do 90k for the Kita. Because if it wasn't for the last 200, I'd have ended up with 0 Kita, and I would fucking suck. And my luck is horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. And yet with horrendous luck, I can plan well enough to compensate for that god awful luck I got. Didn't get enough divers, which is a really good SR. Wait. And we're done! Yay! So yeah, that's the plan. For me, it's I have 15k plus stories are like 5, and I'll be getting more from being in a club, and I'll be getting more because of the CMs, and I'll have 30k for next month.
街は随分と大きくなった。そして私たちは兄ちゃん見て見て、俺今日川で魚捕まえたんだぜ。
おお、大きな魚が釣れたな。ご褒美をあげよう。そこから一つお菓子を持って行っていいぞ。
やったー。
Every Uma banner, and I'll be pitting on Smart Falcon. Hopefully I'll get her before that. And then I can pitch on something else. But I'm definitely pitting on something. And I hope to get a whole bunch of triple star Umas because I only have 21 now. That's really low. Because I only got 4 the last time I pulled. 200, which is again really low. My luck is garbage. But hopefully I get a fair fucking share and be lucky for once and get like 10 Umas in these 200 that I'm gonna pull. Get Smart Falcon pitied, or otherwise. And then the saving between February and August begins. 180,000 carats combined with tickets. Buy as many tickets as you can from the various shops. And because each one is worth 150, you can save towards an actual like a pity. If you don't save it for pity, it can be nothing. Unless you're lucky for goddamn streamer is. But if you don't get then they're worth nothing. They're worth a fucking clover, which is like half a ticket. Less than that. So you really want to not do that. And instead, save your tickets towards what's a 200 because it's one pull, but you know, to become 200 for because each ticket's worth 200.
レアスちゃん、スレイさんへって手紙にもなってる。
トトリやソフィー、ウィルベル、ロゼからもだ。
みんな嬉しい。
Yeah, you're
こ
happy.
うして離れて暮らしてても、いつでも心はつながってるってことだよね。
I forget what happy is.
ありがとう、みんな。私たちも元気でやってるよ。
Fan! Fan! It's a game with Fan! Yeah! I love Fan! If you notice from my outro, one of my favorite games of all time, Resonance of Fate, Fan. Fan! And also, another series I really enjoy that has Fan at the end is Labyrinth of Refrain and Labyrinth of Galeria, which are really difficult games that I enjoyed beating. They also have Fan.
I like how certain games that I really like have fun. Yeah. Clearing the game has unlocked the following. You can now select charismatic difficulty. I'm not gonna play this ever again in my life. The extra menus has been added to the title screen. New outfits have been unlocked for each character. Thank you for joining me, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. Yay! We did it. Oh my god, we did it. I can play something else back to Bob. I'll be back to Digimon. Hopefully Azure will be back. I know I haven't been talking to him for a while. I hope he's doing well. But, I'm probably going to raid Kane Apache. He's a good friend. Haven't raided him in a while. He's probably on, my guess. He's been quite late. There he is. Alright. Yay. People might be surprised that I'm still up. But either way, enjoy whatever it is you do. Dank, if you're on stream, I'll try to catch you. As you know I do. But till then, enjoy whatever it is you do, and I'll see you then. All the best. Bye-bye!